Chapter 2697. Begging for monthly votes. First, there was a mysterious black mark that could absorb and devour divine souls. Now, there was a mysterious seed that could absorb and devour vitality. The two appeared in his body at the same time and exerted their power at the same time, which made Chen Zong's head hurt. So far, the black mark and the mysterious seed had not shown any signs of harm to him. On the contrary, they had helped him. For example, the mysterious seed had first improved the foundation of his human clan bloodline, and then helped him to practice the bronze sword body, the first level of the sword body of the celestial demon. For example, the black mark had absorbed the power of the divine soul and improved his essence, qi, and spirit. What's more, it had resisted the impact of the terrifying sword essence of the sky-splitting sword emperor, allowing Chen Zong to survive. It had also repaired Chen Zong's torn divine intent and reached the third level. In general, the black mark and the mysterious seed had brought him a lot of benefits, but Chen Zong was inevitably afraid. Why? Because of the unknown. Whether it was the black mark or the mysterious seed, they gave Chen Zong a sense of the unknown, and the unknown made people want to explore and fear. What was the purpose of their devouring and absorbing vitality? To strengthen themselves. What about after they became stronger? What would they become? Would it be harmful or beneficial to him? These thoughts flashed through Chen Zong's mind at an extremely fast speed. Although they were thinking quickly, the fierce demons would not stop because of this. They wanted Chen Zong to think carefully. In their eyes they wanted to destroy everything. Chen Zong, who was full of vitality and had an aura completely different from theirs, was their biggest target. Kill. Eat. Devour. Strengthen. The instinct in their bloodline told them that as long as they ate the life in front of them, they would be able to get great benefits. Attract. That was a deep attraction, an attraction that came from the bloodline in their bones. The fierce demons charged at Chen Zong without fear of death. Chen Zong pondered as he dodged. In order to prevent the space-crossing divine vessel from being destroyed, he even put it away. He relied on his superb and nimble body to avoid the frenzied attacks of the ferocious demons. The ferocious demons were born with the ability to do battle. It was an instinct that came from the depths of their bloodline, an instinct to slaughter, destroy, and destroy. As a result, the ferocious demons didn't hold back at all when they attacked. Every single strike was for the sake of killing their opponent. It was extremely simple and direct, without the slightest bit of complexity or superfluity. Chen Zong didn't strike back and kill them because he was afraid. He wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts, but of the black mark and the mysterious seed. As soon as it absorbed souls and swallowed vitality, it was simply terrifying. It completely didn't give others any way to survive, and the outcome of directly perishing was extremely miserable. The more Chen Zong thought about it, the more he thought about it. In the end, his mind was in a mess, and he was almost hit by a fourth-realm ferocious demon. It was extremely dangerous. The ferocious demon's sharp claws were astonishing. It gave Chen Zong a feeling that even with his strong physique, he might not be able to withstand it. Focusing his eyes, Chen Zong's sword will erupted. His divine will was like a sword, sweeping away all hesitation and fear. What will come will come. Even if I try to stop them, I'll only be delaying their arrival. That's just a cowardly act. A true expert should be fearless of everything. If I become stronger, I won't be afraid of any trouble. I'll be able to solve it. One's own strength is the foundation and the most important thing. Everything else, in the face of absolute power, is nothing but an illusion. In an instant, Chen Zong's eyes became incomparably bright. No matter what, the black imprint and the mysterious seed were already in his body. Furthermore, they had also displayed their mystical powers. Even if he was afraid and unwilling, it was impossible for him to restrain them. This was because Chen Zong was very clear that unless he did not fight with others, he would not be able to. Death would be inevitable if there was a fight, and death would give the black mark and the mysterious seed a chance to absorb souls and vitality. Could it be that he didn't have to fight? That was impossible. It didn't match his personality. Could it be that he didn't have to kill anyone in a fight? That was also impossible. He could hold back against ordinary opponents, but it was impossible for him to hold back against enemies of life and death. Holding back would be courting death. Moreover, he practiced the sword and was a swordsman. The sword was a lethal weapon, a killing weapon. If he didn't dare to kill, then what was the point of talking about the sword? He might as well throw it away. Since he practiced the sword and chose this path, and it wasn't the way of the sword that didn't kill, then he would kill when he needed to kill, and slash when he needed to slash. That was his way of the sword. Since that was the case, there was no need to specifically stop them. Kill. With his sword out, Chen Zong no longer dodged. He alternated between the boundless sword technique and the rising dragon sword technique. The two great path sword techniques both exploded with astonishing power, and they were invincible. Even a fourth realm fierce demon was no match for Chen Zong's sword. His cultivation and Dao seal were his basic strength. Moreover, because of the God-Fiend Sword Classic, Chen Zong's cultivation was more powerful than most cultivators at the greater mastery of the God-Fiend Sword Classic. In fact, he was even more powerful than many cultivators at the greater mastery of the God-Fiend Sword. The cultivation realm was a standard, but other than that, the cultivation technique was also a standard. The strength of the power cultivated by the level of the cultivation technique was different. The power that could be cultivated from a high-level martial art was very strong. For example, the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath that Chen Zong practiced before was not on the same level as the sword codex of the godly demon sword. Even if they were of the same cultivation realm, the power cultivated by the two was very different. The power of the mountain-crushing sword energy was stronger than that of the gale force. As for the power of the third level of the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens breath, Chen Zong didn't practice it, so he wasn't sure. However, he was sure that the mountain-crushing sword energy was stronger. With powerful strength as the foundation, coupled with superb swordsmanship, he didn't even need to use any secret techniques to kill all of them. However, Chen Zong also realized that there was a limit to how far the black mark could absorb the spirit and the mysterious seed could devour the vitality. It would only take effect around him. If it was further away, such as more than 3 meters, it wouldn't take effect. Chen Zong killed the fierce demons without any scruples, allowing the black mark and the mysterious seed to devour their spirits and vitality. Relatively speaking, the spirits of the fierce demons were weaker and couldn't be compared to cultivators of the same level. However, their vitality was very amazing and surpassed cultivators of the same level. Since he no longer had any scruples, Chen Zong let nature take its course. He wouldn't deliberately force himself to devour them, but he also wouldn't refuse to devour them. This time, there weren't many fierce demons, less than 1,000 of them. There were only 12 of them in the fourth realm. They were no match for Chen Zong and were all killed. After absorbing the spirits of nearly 1,000 fierce demons, the black mark didn't seem to have any changes. It was probably because it wasn't enough. However, the feedback that Chen Zong received was still good. At least he felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had been strengthened further. He felt refreshed and comfortable all over. It was wonderful. As for the mysterious seed in his energy reserve, that tender shoot seemed to have grown a little. According to this situation, he didn't know when there would be a real change. With the death of the fierce demon, the fierce aura was also rapidly fading. Chen Zong frowned. Although now he didn't have to worry about the soul-devouring ability of the black mark and the mysterious seed, there was still one thing that he had to pay attention to, and that was being seen by others. This soul-devouring method was not a righteous method in the eyes of many people. Although it was said that power was righteous if it was used righteously, and evil if it was evil. However, not everyone understood it. Or rather, some people pretended not to understand even if they understood it. This was because such methods often appeared on the evil path. Who on the righteous path would do this? Ordinary cultivation methods of the righteous path wouldn't do this. Now no one saw it. If it was discovered, it would inevitably cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Thinking about it, Chen Zong felt a headache. Should he really not kill them? That was impossible. On this point, Chen Zong had already let go of his scruples. However, another major concern was being discovered. Could it be that he had killed everyone he saw? Not to mention whether he could do it or not, this kind of indifferent killing was not Chen Zong's sword Tao. It would be great if it could be controlled. Chen Zong couldn't help sighing. At the moment when Chen Zong sighed, there seemed to be a flash of black light between his eyebrows, and the mysterious seed's bud seemed to tremble slightly at that moment. It was so slight that even Chen Zong didn't notice it. Chen Zong took out the space-crossing divine boat, sat on it again, and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a horrible sword light tore through the universe and shattered the vacuum with an astonishing power. In an instant, it broke out from not far away and slashed toward him. That sword light condensed the supreme sword essence. It was extremely fierce and domineering. It was invincible and could split the sky and the earth. Kill. It was too fast, too urgent, too fierce. It was directly beyond Chen Zong's expectation. The moment Chen Zong felt it, it had already reached him. He couldn't block it. In an instant, Chen Zong knew that he absolutely couldn't block that sword light. Because it was too fast, too urgent, and too close, as if it was lurking near him and then exploding. It was unexpected. Not only that, but the power of this sword essence and sword light was completely beyond Chen Zong's imagination. It was an extreme power, an extreme suppression. The gap between them was unparalleled and indescribable. The defensive power of the space-crossing divine boat was torn apart in an instant. It was extremely fragile. Chen Zong was also hit in an instant. The space-crossing divine boat under his feet was also cut in half in an instant. It was smashed into powder in the terrifying explosion of endless sword qi. The power of this sword was extremely strong. The sword light surged and the sword qi raged in all directions like a raging tide. A figure appeared. It was an old man with white hair, a thin face, and slightly sunken eyes. He was full of shocking coldness and ruthlessness. His body was surrounded by terrifying sword qi, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Sky-splitting Sword Emperor. After knowing that Chen Zong had left the trade wind brothel, he chased after him at full speed. However, he was a little slow when he received the news. As a result, Chen Zong was already some distance away from the Wanyuan Island. This time, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of a wave of fierce demons that blocked Chen Zong's path and a battle broke out, it would probably have taken him some time to catch up. The moment he discovered Chen Zong, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's murderous intent erupted. However, he restrained it and quietly approached before exploding again. As a Sword Emperor, he was so cautious against a Fourth Realm cultivator. One had to admit that the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's temperament was really terrifying. He did this to ensure that his attack would be effective and that no accidents would occur. It would naturally be unpleasant for a Sword Emperor to launch a sneak attack on a Fourth Realm cultivator. However, it didn't matter. Revenge was enough. Moreover, the news wouldn't spread. Peak. Chapter 2698. Hurry up and get monthly votes so that Little Rice Dumpling can buy props to tide over this crisis. The sword light gradually dissipated, and so did the sword qi. However, the shocking sword intent still remained. It swept through the surroundings and did not disperse for a long time. The sword intent was so terrifying that it could tear the heavens and earth apart. It was possible for it to exist for a few more years with such strength. It was enough to show how powerful it was. Soon after, the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's expression changed because a figure had suddenly exploded with shocking speed from the dissipating sword chi. It was as swift as a ray of green light. There seemed to be a wisp of yellow light circulating within the green light like a gust of wind. It was Chernzong. Chernzong activated the Master of the Trade Wind's power and escaped at full speed. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had almost died here. A Sword Emperor had actually snuck up on him and launched a sneak attack just now. It was a fatal strike from the very start. He was simply shameless. However, it was precisely this kind of person that was even more frightening. Other Sixth Realm cultivators would most likely die from such a sudden attack, let alone the sky-splitting Sword Emperor himself. Fortunately, the Master of the Trade Winds had given him 3 strands of power before he left. One was the protective power. It was activated in a moment of danger and surrounded his body, blocking the sneak attack. Although it was only a small portion of the Master of the Trade Winds' power, he was still a 7th Realm Martial Emperor. That strand of power was still very strong. It blocked the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's fatal strike. However, the protective yellow power was slowly dissipating. Once it completely dissipated, it would no longer be of any use. Thus he had to leave. He had to leave as quickly as possible. He had to leave as quickly as possible with the green wind power that the Master of the Trade Winds had given him. This was the speed that a 6th Realm Martial Emperor could erupt with. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor was slightly taken aback. Chernzong had not died from his deliberate sneak attack. He was not even injured at all. On the contrary, he was able to escape with such speed. Moreover, that aura was very familiar. It was clearly the Master of the Trade Winds' aura. Sure enough, House Master Xian Feng had left some tricks up his sleeve for him. The reason why he had launched a sneak attack was because he was worried that House Master Xian Feng might have some life-saving tricks up his sleeve. He wanted to catch House Master Xian Feng off guard and kill him before he could even use his life-saving trick. Unexpectedly, he still failed. Anger. Fury. He was already in such a state, yet he still couldn't kill Yi Futian. He was extremely furious. Chase. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor erupted with extreme speed and chased madly. He turned into a terrifying streak of sword light that tore through the world, displaying shocking speed without holding back at all. Killing intent filled the air. Chernzong could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent from the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. It would not stop until one of them was dead. Wasn't it just killing Marquis Tianhen? Was there a need to act like this? Chernzong was also helpless, but no matter how helpless he was, it was impossible for him to stop. He had to leave as soon as possible. This feeling of being hunted was truly unpleasant, especially when the person who was hunting him down was a 6th Realm powerhouse who was countless times more powerful than him. The power that the House Master of the Windflow gave him was also limited. It couldn't last forever. It could only last for a period of time. If he couldn't escape before the time limit was up, it would be very dangerous. Chernzong's face was cold. His mind was spinning rapidly as he tried to find a way out. What should I do? The strength of a 6th Realm powerhouse was simply too overbearing and terrifying. The yellow light on his body had completely disappeared. Only the green light still surrounded his body. However, Chernzong also felt that the green light was gradually fading. Based on this situation, he estimated that he could only last for a dozen breaths of time. A dozen breaths of time was enough for a 6th Realm Martial Emperor to fly very far away and escape from many dangers with the speed of a 6th Realm Martial Emperor. However, for the current situation, it was still not enough. This was because there was a powerful Martial Emperor chasing him like a mad dog. It would not stop until one of them was dead. Even now, his speed was indeed faster than the sky-sundering Sword Emperor. However, after a dozen breaths of time, the green light would disappear and he would be caught up. What should he do then? Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness and determination. Taking advantage of the fact that the green energy had yet to disappear, he decided to take a risk. In an instant, Chen Zong's body suddenly paused. Then, he spun and exploded instantly. Streaks of sword light tore through the air and slashed towards the sky-sundering Sword Emperor with terrifying power. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor's expression was extremely cold, but there was a hint of disdain. A mere fourth realm martial emperor. Even if he unleashed his full power, what could he do? The sword light couldn't even shake the sky-sundering Sword Emperor's protective sword intent. Even so, the sky-sundering Sword Emperor still waved his hand casually and shattered all the sword light that filled the sky. The sword light seemed endless. In a short 3 breaths of time, there were more than 1,000 streaks of sword light. Each streak of sword light was quite powerful, and could be considered terrifying among 4th realm martial emperors. However, to a 6th realm martial emperor it was really nothing. It was too weak. In an instant, as the 1,000 streaks of sword light were shattered, a smear of red sword light mixed with them and slashed towards the sky-sundering Sword Emperor. At the instant that wisp of sword light arrived before him, the sky-splitter Sword Emperor's heart couldn't help but tremble violently because the energy contained within that wisp of red-colored sword light was truly too formidable. It directly caused him to feel extremely horrified, as if he would be killed by it. Explode. In an instant, the sky-sundering Sword Emperor unleashed his full power. His long white hair exploded and shot into the sky as if it contained extremely shocking sword chi that could tear through everything. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor's eyes shone with an incomparably shocking light. The sky-sundering sword intent condensed and shot out through the air, as if it was solid. The sky-sundering godly sword in his hand released a monstrous might at that moment. He unleashed all of his power without holding back. This was because this strike posed a fatal threat to him. Sword light. Sky-sundering sword light. The golden sky-sundering sword light clashed with the red sword light without holding back. Explode. An earth-shattering and terrifying power erupted in an instant, rushing in all directions. Cracks suddenly appeared in the air, as if it was a piece of rotten wood. These were spatial cracks. The terrifying collision of power actually tore the space of the universe apart. This was also the reason why there was such a huge gap between the 6th realm and the 5th realm. In the universe, only those who had reached the 6th realm were qualified. This was because only at this level could their attacks have a chance of tearing the space of the universe apart. As for the 5th realm, they might be able to do so as well. However, that kind of tearing would only stop at the superficial level. The strike that Chen Zong unleashed contained the power of the House of Integrity Wind. It directly unleashed the power of a peak 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse. The sky-sundering Sword Emperor's strength was also extremely powerful. At the 6th realm, he was considered to be at the top or even the peak. It was extremely shocking. Clash. Explode. Terrifying power wreaked havoc in all directions and directly tore the space of the universe apart. Cracks that were a few meters wide and a dozen meters long spread out in all directions. There were as many as 7 or 8 cracks in total. Each crack emitted an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. The power within was chaotic and violent, as if it could shatter everything. The shocking power swept out wildly and mightily. However, Chen Zong saw a figure that was covered in golden light. It seemed to be burning and emitted a monstrous divine power. It was even more terrifying than before. Faced with the terrifying spatial cracks, it actually bypassed them and charged directly at Chen Zong. Extreme killing intent burned in that pair of eyes. It was not just pure killing intent, but also hatred. The killing intent was born because he wanted to avenge his last disciple. The hatred was because he, a 6th realm emperor-level powerhouse, had personally chased after Chernzong but was unable to take him down easily. On the contrary, he had almost fallen into a dangerous situation. The mixture of killing intent and hatred made the sky-splitting Sword Emperor even more determined to kill Chernzong. Even if he had to pay a price and bear all the dangers, he had to kill Chernzong. Otherwise, with Chernzong's astonishing talent, if he continued to grow, he would definitely be a great threat to the sky-splitting Sword Emperor in the future. He had to get rid of this hidden danger as soon as possible. The extremely terrifying killing intent attacked and locked onto Chernzong from head to toe. It made Chernzong shudder and feel as if he was being torn apart. However, his divine will had already reached the third realm and was condensed into a sword. He already had an extremely strong resistance to this kind of attack. In addition to other factors, facing the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's sword will was not as dangerous as the previous time. However, the sword will was only a part of it. The cyan power could still last for about 10 breaths. 10 breaths was enough for him to charge out a long distance, but it was not enough to shake off the sky-splitting Sword Emperor. Once the cyan power disappeared, his speed would drop to the extreme, and the sky-splitting Sword Emperor would easily catch up to him. At that time, whether he lived or died would not be up to him. However, he was sure that the outcome would be very tragic. Then, what should he do? With the help of the Single Heart Sutra, Chernzong's thinking speed was unimaginable. Countless thoughts flashed across the sky like lightning and emerged one after another, but they were all eliminated by Chernzong. Finally, Chernzong's eyes focused on a space crack that was slowly disappearing. The space crack was pitch black, like the mouth of some unknown ferocious beast. It seemed to be able to devour and strangle everything, but it was closing. Looking at the space crack, Chernzong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a touch of decisiveness flashed across his eyes. In the next breath, he burst out at full speed, turned into a cyan light, and rushed toward the space crack in an instant. Without any hesitation, Chernzong rushed into the space crack and disappeared in an instant, as if he had been devoured. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor arrived at the same time. In that instant, the situation changed too quickly. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor did not expect Chernzong to be so decisive as to take the risk and escape into the space crack. It should be known that entering the space crack was almost certain to lead to death, and often a very tragic death. Even the sky-splitting Sword Emperor did not dare to enter the space crack, because entering the space crack with the strength of the sixth realm would most likely lead to death. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, it was normal for one to lose an arm or a leg. The sky-splitting Sword Emperor's expression was very gloomy as he stared at the space crack that Chernzong had entered and disappeared with a gloomy expression. He did not expect that he would not let his disciple do it himself, and even launch a sneak attack without caring about his identity. In the end, he still failed to kill Chernzong with his own hand. Now, he could only hope that Chernzong would die in the space crack. Chapter 2699. Gloomy, cold, dead, and desolate. This was a desolate world filled with a deathly aura. In an instant, a black shadow rushed out of the void. It flew past silently like a gust of wind. Sometimes it turned into a cloud of rolling black fog, and sometimes it turned into a human figure. However, the human figure looked very blurry. Only a pair of blood-red eyes shot out a terrifying light that made one's heart palpitate. It was extremely bloodthirsty. Ha 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 ha! A sharp voice suddenly sounded in this desolate and dead land. There was a kind of freedom in it, as if it could do whatever it wanted without any scruples. What a wonderful world! The black fog flew past, constantly absorbing the negative aura from all directions into its body. It could feel that its body was constantly strengthening at a stable speed. It was becoming more and more solid, and the power it contained was also becoming more and more powerful. Immediately, it seemed to have thought of something. Its blood-red eyes shot out an unforgettable hatred. Chernzong, you've suppressed me for so long. One day, when I'm strong enough, everything you have will be mine. Everything will be mine. The last voice was so sharp that it seemed to explode in the void. It was full of hatred. It was the inner demon. After Chernzong broke through to the fourth realm, the demonic heart divine spirit suddenly disappeared, and the inner demon, who had lost its suppression, took the opportunity to escape while Chernzong was busy with his breakthrough. To be honest, it didn't want to leave, but it had no choice. Chernzong was too strong. He had already reached the fourth realm, and because of the suppression of the demonic heart, it had been severely injured before it was suppressed. It hadn't even recovered and had been in the second realm all this time. How could a second realm compete with a fourth realm? If it continued to stay, it would probably be suppressed by Chernzong using other means. Although it wouldn't be destroyed, the feeling of being suppressed was unpleasant. Especially when it was suppressed, it could sense Chernzong's state. It could clearly feel that Chernzong's strength was constantly increasing. He was extremely powerful and could suppress everything. All of this should belong to it. It could only belong to it. In the end, it chose to leave temporarily. Because if they continued to stay, they would only be suppressed again. Seeing Chernzong getting stronger and stronger, they felt more and more uncomfortable. Only by leaving and looking for other opportunities to strengthen themselves would they be able to take back everything in the future. That's right. In the eyes of the inner demon, everything that belonged to Chernzong should belong to her. Now, he was only temporarily keeping them with him. Once he became strong enough, he would take them back, all of them. Fly, 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 fly. The endless aura of death was constantly being absorbed, devoured, and strengthened. Soon after, cracking sounds were heard. A vast expanse of white appeared in the distance. On top of the white expanse there were many grayish-white bodies. If one were to take a closer look, they were actually walking skeletons. These skeletons walked on the bone sea, fighting and killing each other. This was happening every moment. The inner demon flew over and paused. Then, it charged toward one of the skulls that had fallen into the sea of bones. The black aura completely enveloped the skull and continued to drill into the pitch-black eye sockets like two venomous snakes. When all the black fog had completely entered the skull, the originally pitch-black eye sockets suddenly lit up with two extremely scarlet rays of light, like two lamps. An incomparably evil aura also spread out along with it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the storm raged, endless deathly aura surged from all directions. Amidst the endless deathly aura, bones flew over one after another. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the bones were crushed into powder. Then, like a storm, they swirled around the skull. Condense, 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 condense to the extreme. When the storm of death dissipated, a tall figure appeared above the bone sea. This figure was completely pale. It was formed by countless broken bones in an indescribably ingenious and delicate way. It was completely different from the other skeletons, because this skeleton's body, or more accurately, it was a skeletal battle body. It was not a combination of hundreds of bones, but tens of thousands of bones that had been crushed. It was extremely fine, as perfect as a human's body of flesh and blood. However, it was indeed made up of bones. If Chernzong was here, he would definitely be surprised to see this skeletal battle body. This was because its appearance was 70 to 80% similar to his own, except for the different color. This is the starting point for me to conquer the universe. Chernzong, wait for me. The skeletal battle body's scarlet eyes shone. It seemed to pierce the horizon. It let out a desolate and tyrannical roar towards the endless gray sky, causing thunder to roll in the sky. The roar was shocking. Violent, chaotic, and endless power was formless and intangible. However, it also seemed to be condensed into something substantial. It raged and destroyed everything in a frenzy. Wisps of air rushed past. They were like knives and swords. They contained monstrous divine power and seemed to be able to shatter everything. As the green light flickered, it was immediately shattered by an air current and turned into nothingness. Chunzong felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows. He instantly moved and dodged the air current by a hair's breadth. However, his robe was affected by the air current and lost a corner in an instant. This scene made Chunzong's eyelids tremble continuously. Terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Just a slight touch, and it turned into nothingness. It was simply terrifying. However, Chunzong did not regret barging into the spatial rift. This was because there was no other way. If he did not barge into the spatial rift, he would have to face an enraged 6th realm Emperor-level cultivator directly. He had no chance of winning. No, to say that he had a chance of winning was an exaggeration. He did not even have a chance of survival. Although barging into the spatial rift was extremely dangerous, there was still a slight chance of survival. If he really could not survive, then that was fate. However, no matter what, Chunzong had to fight for it. He activated the path of space to the extreme. The entry-level space Dao seal exuded a slight fluctuation, which made Chunzong's perception of his surroundings sharper. Of course, compared to the extremely chaotic spatial power here, Chunzong's path of space was still very low level. However, it was still somewhat useful. At least, with the help of Chunzong's superb spiritual sense and the Heart Sutra, he became more sensitive to the fluctuation of spatial aura around him and was able to dodge it. Chunzong was extremely glad that he had comprehended and raised the path of space to the entry-level Dao seal level. Unfortunately, he did not have enough time. Otherwise, he could have reached the small accomplishment or even the large accomplishment. His perception of the fluctuation of spatial power around him should be even stronger. This place was too dangerous. He had to find a way out and leave this place. Otherwise, as time went on, he would face more dangers and might even be killed here. Chunzong, it was as if he was drifting with the current. He did not know where he was drifting to. All around him was chaos and darkness. He could not see any exit at all, nor could he feel the passage of time. Chunzong had to concentrate on sensing the fluctuation of spatial aura around him to prevent himself from being strangled. The robe on his body was tattered and almost completely shredded. Suddenly, there was a terrible chaotic spatial power strangling him. Chunzong avoided it, but he did not completely avoid it. He was still affected, and a piece of flesh on his shoulder disappeared directly. It was not cut but disappeared. It disappeared directly and turned into nothingness. Immediately, a terrible pain exploded and rushed to him. There was a sudden change. The bud in Chunzong's ocean of qi moved slightly. As it swayed gently, a wisp of subtle green light instantly spread out. It gathered at Chunzong's shoulder at an amazing speed and covered the disappeared part. Chunzong only felt that the sharp pain was rapidly weakening and then disappearing. Instead, it was replaced by a burst of cool feeling. In less than 10 breaths, the green light disappeared, and the disappeared part of his shoulder returned to normal. The skin there was bright and clean, as if it had never been lost. Incredible! It was incredible! Chunzong could not hide his shock. Was this the magical effect of the mysterious seed? For a moment, Chunzong could not help but feel absent-minded for a moment. So far, the black mark and the mysterious seed had not brought him any harm, but had brought him a lot of benefits. Even with the healing power of the mysterious seed, Chunzong dared not be unscrupulous. He still had to be careful. After all, the injury could be healed, but what if the whole person was strangled? Could the power of the mysterious seed still work? Whether it could or not, Chunzong did not know, nor did he dare to try. It was better to be cautious. However, no matter how careful and cautious Chunzong was, it was inevitable that he would be injured. After all, he was in the space turbulence, and he had to bear great dangers all the time. It was already very amazing that Chunzong could survive and be injured. With his super-spiritual mind, the assistance of the One Heart Sutra, his attainments in the Space Tao, and the amazing healing power of the mysterious seed, Chen Zong was able to survive here. However, he still had to find the exit. He was injured again, and healed again and again with the help of the mysterious seed's vitality. However, Chen Zong was keenly aware that the green light on the bud of the mysterious seed was constantly weakening and fading with each healing. When he killed the fierce demon, the mysterious seed absorbed the fierce demon's vitality, and the green light slowly became stronger. Now, with each consumption, it became thinner. It seemed that he still had to hunt more and devour more vitality in the future. In this way, he would not be afraid of being injured. Even if he was injured, he could heal as soon as possible. Search. Chen Zong kept looking for the exit, but all he could see was darkness. Countless chaotic airflows crisscrossed in it, disorderly and without any pattern, which increased the difficulty of dodging. In such a dark and lonely place that stretched as far as the eye could see, one couldn't feel the flow of time, didn't know the direction, and even felt as if one had never moved at all. As time passed, it was inevitable that one would be irritated and have to endure countless dangers, and it was enough to drive one crazy. Top. Chapter 2700. The great cosmos was vast and boundless. There were numerous universes and universes scattered about. In such a vast and boundless cosmos, there were countless lives, even more so than the resplendent stars in the sky. The strength of the lives in different territories and universes also differed. Countless gravel floated in the void. The small ones were a few meters in diameter, while the large ones were as big as hills. The aura they emitted was cold and dark. The aura here was even more chaotic. Two figures were flying between the gravel. "We're almost there. It's right in front," said a burly man with a scar on his face. "I hope there will be a good harvest this time," murmured the other man with a pale face. They continued to fly forward and finally stopped in a strange area. The area in front of them was surrounded by many things, which gave them a strange feeling. There seemed to be many imperceptible marks in the void, like cracks on a ceramic, which gave them a feeling that they would shatter at any time. Chaos. There were extremely chaotic fluctuations, as if the space there would shatter at any time. The two of them waited quietly. There were many weak areas in this chaotic area. They would shatter from time to time. If one was lucky, something might appear from the shattered void. There were people who had obtained treasures from the cracks in the shattered space before. Of course, these weak areas also meant danger. People would be affected from time to time. Losing an arm or a leg was the best outcome. Some were even killed directly. Not even their bones were left behind, their souls scattered, and they completely disappeared. Benefits and danger coexisted. Time passed slowly. The two Fourth Realm powerhouses stared at the weak area in the void that looked like it would shatter at any time. They waited quietly. According to the pattern that they had figured out, it should shatter once every few days or even a dozen days. A few days or even a dozen days was nothing to a Fourth Realm powerhouse. As time passed, the patterns in that area seemed to gradually increase and become denser. The chaotic aura became even stronger. "Third brother, I'll say it again. I found this broken area. If there are any treasures, I'll take 70%, said the scar-faced man in a serious tone. All right, replied the pale middle-aged man impatiently. How many times have you said that? Vaguely, there seemed to be cracking sounds. Then, the weak spot shattered like a mirror being hammered. The space turned into countless fragments, but they didn't shoot out. Instead, they seemed to be swallowed by something. They sank inwards and were swallowed up. A crack in the void that was a few meters wide appeared in front of the two of them. They subconsciously held their breaths and narrowed their eyes. They stared at the crack in the void and felt a powerful force sweeping towards them, as if it wanted to drag them in. Fortunately, they were prepared for such a situation. Now, all that was left was to wait and see if any treasures would appear. The turbulence in the void was very dangerous. If one entered, they would die immediately. However, some people who died in there would leave behind some treasures. Those who were lucky enough not to be torn apart, or those who were strong enough to survive, would appear in other cracks in the void and be taken by others. There might even be some treasures that were born in the turbulence in the void, and their value was even more shocking. It's here. There's a treasure. A black shadow silently emerged from the spatial crack that appeared and gradually shrank. In an instant, the expressions of the two people became excited. It looks very big. It must be a treasure of shocking value. The two of them were overjoyed. Generally speaking, the things that appeared in the void were very small. After being torn apart by the turbulence in the void, the bigger the thing, the easier it was to be torn apart. However, if a big thing could withstand being torn apart, it would usually be an even more shocking existence. It's here. The black shadow finally appeared. However, the moment it appeared, the two of them were stunned. A person? How can it be a person? They saw that the figure that appeared from the void was a person. His robes were almost completely torn, and there were many wounds on his body. In an instant, a layer of blurry emerald light appeared and covered all the wounds on his body. Under the shocked gazes of the two people, as the emerald light retracted, the wounds also disappeared. His skin was bright and clean as if there were never any wounds. Treasure. Valuable treasure. The two people's expressions changed instantly. Their eyes shone brightly, and they attacked without hesitation. They grabbed at the figure in the air. They dared to attack because firstly, it was because of the treasure. Secondly, they sensed the cultivation aura of the figure. It was the fourth realm. Although they didn't know why a fourth realm cultivator would appear from the void, to be able to survive, he must have a shocking treasure to protect him. When they saw the wounds on his body disappear under the emerald light, they were even more certain that there must be a valuable treasure. What was their goal? They were looking for a treasure. Once they obtained a treasure, whether they used it themselves or sold it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. The void closed, and the two fourth realm cultivators tried to grab at the figure, but they suddenly missed. The person in front of them disappeared, as if it was an illusion. Where is he? What's going on? The two fourth realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they felt a chill for no reason. Are you looking for me? A slightly low voice suddenly sounded behind the two people. Boom! Without any hesitation, the two of them unleashed a shocking amount of power and turned around to attack. The power they unleashed was shocking to the extreme, and it was as if they could destroy mountains. They fully displayed their fourth realm strength. However, a wisp of sword light was extremely dazzling. It instantly slashed through the sky and directly slashed the two powerful forces into pieces. After a while, Chernzong obtained all the information he wanted. His expression was indescribably complicated. As for the two fourth realm cultivators, they were already dead. After Chernzong got all the information, he killed them without mercy. After all, they were not good people, but bandits. Chaokong border and chaos territory. Chernzong rubbed his fingers, not knowing what to say. Chernzong had set off from the Wanyuan Dominion with Taihao Mountain as his goal. He would have to pass through 3 Dominion universes, and at normal speed, it would take him at least a few thousand years to reach Taihao Mountain. Therefore, before and during his departure, Chernzong had been thinking about how he could shorten the time and cross the 3 Dominion universes to reach Taihao Mountain within 100 years. However, it was too difficult and almost impossible to solve. Chernzong was very helpless, but he did not want to give up. In fact, Chernzong had thought it through. Even if he could not reach Mount Taihao within 100 years, he would not be able to enter the Holy Land to cultivate, and he would not be able to receive guidance from that saint. Then, he would treat this journey as his own training. What he did not expect was that because he was being chased by the sky-splitting Sword Emperor, he had used up 3 strands of power given to him by the Master of Integrity Wind. In the end, he had to risk his life and enter the void crack to avoid the sky-splitting Sword Emperor's crazy pursuit. If you want to live, you have to die first. Chernzong had put himself in a desperate situation and sought a chance of survival because he knew very well that both the void crack and the sky-splitting Sword Emperor were very dangerous. For him, there was no way out. However, between the 2 dangers that he had to face, Chernzong had chosen the void crack. Fortunately, his luck was not bad. Coupled with some attainments in the way of space and the enormous vitality of the mysterious seed, he had finally survived the turbulence of the void crack and found a way out. He had successfully escaped the turbulence of the void crack. He had not expected to appear in Chao Kong border. The distance between Chao Kong border and Wanyuan border was very, very far. There were 2 borders in between. He had actually crossed 2 frontiers and arrived in Chao Kong's territory. The Chaos Territory was already at the edge of Chao Kong's territory. In other words, as long as he crossed the Chaos Territory, he would be able to leave Chao Kong's territory and arrive at Taihao Mountain. Put yourself in a desperate situation and fight to live. Not only that, but it seemed that his luck was extremely good. He had saved countless years of time and solved many of his worries. For a moment, Chernzong did not know how to describe it. This was the so-called, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Most of his worries had been solved. Now the only thing left was to cross the Chaos Territory. From the 2 bandits, Chernzong learned all kinds of information about the Chaos Territory. The Chaos Territory. From the name, one could tell that this wasn't a simple place. It was a chaotic place where bandits ran rampant. Not only were there bandits running rampant, but there were also shattered meteorites in the chaotic territory. There were also some areas where space was weak, and from time to time there would be spatial cracks and so on. In the Chaos Territory, countless people had died because of the spatial cracks that suddenly appeared. However, these spatial cracks were also very valuable. Occasionally, there would be treasures that were shockingly valuable. In short, danger and opportunity coexisted. Because of this, even if there were bandits running rampant here, there would still be some cultivators who would come here to try their luck. If they could find a treasure in one of the broken space cracks, they would be rich. The bandits also had the same idea. For example, one of the 2 bandits killed by Chernzong just now found this weak space area not long ago, so he brought his companions to see if they could find anything. The reward was Chernzong. Chernzong's eyes focused. After carefully identifying it, his figure moved and flew forward. A 4th realm expert had the ability to fly, even in the universe. The Chaos Territory was very vast. It was not inferior to a universe. In fact, the Chaos Territory also had another name. It was the Chaos Universe. Fupin Chinese. Chapter 2701. The Chaos Territory was a collective name as well as a short name. Its full name was the Chaos 18 Territories. As the name implied, the Chaos Territory was divided into 18 factions. According to their levels, they were divided into the wounded 3 territories, the middle 6 territories, and the lower 12 territories. The Chaos 18 territories meant that there were 18 factions. However, these 18 factions relied on each other for survival and were allies. This was because they weren't ordinary factions. They were infamous space bandits. Space bandits specialized in murder, robbery, and arson. In short, they didn't do anything good. Naturally, they weren't welcomed by others and were viewed with hostility. Some villains who had committed crimes in other places and were being hunted down would often escape to the Chaos Territory when they had nowhere else to go. They would join the Chaos Territory and allow the Chaos Territory to grow stronger. After so many years, the Chaos Territory had grown from a small gang to an astonishing faction. Many factions outside the Chaos Territory were wary of them. Apart from being wary of the villains of the Chaos Territory, they were also wary of the Chaos Territory's unique environment. Chernzong already knew one thing. Within the Chaos 18 territories, the strongest were 5th-level kings. As for 6th-level kings, there wasn't a single one. Why was that? Because of the Chaos Territory's unique environment, the space within the Chaos Territory was much weaker than the outside world. It was much easier to break through. Moreover, 6th-level emperors controlled the source energy of the Great Tao. They were fundamentally different from 5th-level kings. In a place where space was normal, they naturally weren't affected. However, in a place like the Chaos Territory where space was relatively weak and chaotic, the slightest bit of force could cause space to shatter. If one wasn't careful, they could lose an arm or a leg, or even be swallowed whole. To 6th-level emperors and 7th-level emperors, the Chaos Territory was extremely dangerous. It was even more dangerous than some forbidden areas. Of course, if they restrained their strength and didn't use it, they would be fine. However, what threat could a 6th-level or 7th-level emperors pose if they couldn't use their strength? In the past, there had indeed been an emperors who had chased after a traitor of the sect. They had slaughtered their way into the Chaos Territory. Although they had killed the traitor and many other bandits, the bandits had been ruthless and ruthless. A large area of space had shattered, and the emperors had been reduced to ashes. This example was a warning to others. Now, the Chaos Territory had become a paradise for bandits and villains below the 6th level. At least here, they didn't need to worry about being hunted down. As for the cultivators who wanted to kill them in exchange for merits or rewards, the strongest were 5th-level kings. Here, they didn't have an overwhelming advantage. As saints, ever since the anarchic lands had existed, it was a gathering place for bandits and villains. It was also a place for treasure hunting. It was also used as a training ground by the various forces in the neighboring universes. In his chi-si, the mysterious seed's sprout had become very dim. The life force it had absorbed from killing hundreds of universe monsters had been completely exhausted. Even the mysterious seed's own life force had been used up. The sprout's light was very dim, and it looked a little withered. Fortunately, Chernzong had killed the 2 4th-level bandits and absorbed their life force. The sprout had recovered a little, but it still looked a little sickly. It seems that I need to absorb more life force, Chernzong thought. Although he still didn't know what this mysterious seed was, it hadn't brought him any threat so far. On the contrary, it had benefited him time and time again. This time, it was because of this seed that Chernzong had come out of the spatial turbulence unscathed. If it wasn't for this mysterious seed, Chernzong was certain that he would have died in the spatial turbulence. After all, he had been injured from time to time. Once his injuries accumulated and exploded, he would have died even if he didn't die. The mysterious seed really had something to do with him being able to survive. Chernzong decided to replenish the mysterious seed's life force and recover as much as possible. It would be best if he could let the mysterious seed absorb more life force. Now, after Chernzong's mentality had changed, he was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to what it would be like when the mysterious seed really grew. As for whether it would bring him benefits or threats in the end, he didn't know now. But for now, he didn't feel threatened at all. There are many bandits and villains in the Chaos region. If I want to cross, I'll probably encounter them. Chernzong thought as he flew forward and carefully sensed the spatial fluctuations in case he suddenly encountered spatial rift. He didn't kill at will, but he didn't forbid killing either. He just needed to kill those who deserved to be killed. Those who deserved to be killed. Bandits and villains were all people who deserved to be killed. When he killed them, he didn't need to feel any burden or worry. The bandits here didn't know that they had unknowingly become targets to be hunted. Of course, Chernzong's main goal was to cross the Chaos region and reach Taihao Mountain as soon as possible. Once he entered, he would meet the saint and obtain his own opportunity. In the flying fire region of the 12 chaos regions, there was a cave called the Thousand Lanterns Cave. Inside the cave, faint lanterns floated. Although they were burning, they didn't have any temperature at all. It was as if they were illusory. There were hundreds of lanterns floating in the cave. Most of them were red. However, some were very light, some were moderate, and some were darker. If one looked closely, one would realize that there were fewer light red lanterns, more red lanterns, and fewer dark red lanterns. Among them, the light red lanterns gave off the weakest aura. The red lanterns gave off a stronger aura, and the dark red lanterns gave off the strongest aura. Suddenly, 2 of the red lanterns went out instantly. This scene was also noticed by a third realm bandit who was in charge of this place. His expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly reported it to his superior. Soul lanterns. The hundreds of lanterns in the Thousand Lanterns Cave were soul lanterns. They were evolved from a cultivator's spiritual energy. If the soul lantern was burning, it meant that the cultivator was still alive. However, if the soul lantern went out, it meant that the cultivator's soul had been destroyed. What had been extinguished were 2 red lights, which meant that 2 fourth realm cultivators had died. How did they die? Did they die from a spatial rift or were they killed by someone else? No matter which it was, the bandit had to report it. The area where Chernzong was now was in the Flying Fire region, one of the 18 Chaos regions. The bandits of the Flying Fire region were everywhere. Not long after, Chernzong really did encounter a bandit team from the Flying Fire region who came out to investigate the death of the 2 fourth realm bandit. There were a total of 5 of them, and all of them were 4th realm cultivators. In the Chaos regions, 6th realm and 7th realm cultivators did not exist. 8th realm cultivators naturally would not stay in such a place. Below them, 1st realm and 2nd realm cultivators did not exist. There were 3rd realm cultivators, but they were very rare. After all, a place like this was not suitable for 3rd realm cultivators to live in. Therefore, 3rd realm cultivators basically stayed in the 18 Chaos regions and would not leave. They would only truly come out when they broke through to the 4th realm. Almost all the bandits and villains in the Chaos regions came from the outside world. After constantly accumulating and eliminating the dead, there was still quite a number of them left. Take the Flying Fire region for example. According to the information that Chernzong forced out, there were more than 700 people in the Flying Fire region. Most of them were 4th realm cultivators, and there were only about 23rd realm cultivators. As for 5th realm cultivators, although the number of 4th realm cultivators could not be compared to 5th realm cultivators, there were still more than 30 of them. In an organization that did not have 6th realm or 7th realm cultivators, there were more than 35th realm cultivators and more than 700 4th realm cultivators. Such an organization was undoubtedly abnormal. It could only exist in a strange place like the Chaos regions. However, it was not just the Flying Fire region that was like this. The other 17 Chaos regions were basically like this as well. When the 5 bandits from the Flying Fire region saw Chernzong, they all stared at him ferociously. They were like a pack of wolves staring at Chernzong. Without another word, the 5 bandits exploded with shocking speed and surrounded Chernzong. They also locked onto him with their terrifying auras. Chernzong was not surprised by this. This was because when they saw him, they already knew that he was not from the Chaos regions. From the 2 4th realm bandits, Chernzong had forced out a lot of information. One of them was a method of identification or a method of identification. The bandits of the 18 Chaos regions all left soul lamps in the Chaos regions. These soul lamps were made with special method. Not only could they tell if the bandits were dead or alive, but they could also leave behind an aura that belonged to the Chaos regions. As such, if an outsider did not have such an aura, they would be recognized immediately. This was something that could not be helped. Chernzong could not avoid this. However, so what if they recognized him? They were only fourth realm cultivators. What could they do? Chen Zong had no intention of wasting time with them. In a flash, he attacked first. His fingers sliced through the air like a sword. There was a tiny flash of sword light. As if it had pierced through time and space, it went straight for the 5 bandit. Without any ability to dodge, the 5 bandits were all hit by the sword. The boundless sword technique from the entry-level seal of Tao was extremely terrifying. Its speed was unparalleled, it was silent, and it was incomparably sharp. Without enough capabilities, one would not be able to sense it, let alone dodge it. Kill. Then, the black seal once again appeared between his brows. A terrifying wave of demonic energy exploded and directly sucked out the souls of the 5 bandit. They screamed in agony and were extremely sharp. However, they were locked within a certain area and could not be transmitted out. The mysterious seed's bud also curled slightly. In a split second, a suction force exploded and directly sucked out the life force of the 5 bandit. Strands of blood-red qi quickly diffused out and entered Chen Zong's sea of qi. They were all absorbed by the mysterious seed's bud. After absorbing them, the bud finally returned to normal. It no longer looked as sickly as before. Chapter 2702. The death of 7 bandits in a row was no small matter to the Flying Fire territory. It alerted the 5th level 5 king-level bandit. In the main hall of the Flying Fire territory, the atmosphere was oppressive. The person sitting at the head of the table exuded an extremely terrifying aura. His short hair stood up like steel needles, gathering terrifying power. He was the leader of the Flying Fire territory, the most powerful being in the Flying Fire territory. Leader, I suggest that we investigate thoroughly and see if those reckless people from the outside have come to carry out some mission again, a person who looked like a dog-headed strategist said in a shrill voice from the side. There were many factions in the universes outside the Chaos territory. They would issue missions to hunt bandits in the Chaos territory. It was said that the rewards were very generous. Hence, there would be people taking the risk to enter the Chaos territory from time to carry out missions. This undoubtedly infuriated the bandits of the Chaos territory. Who would want to be the target of a mission? They would always be watched and would not even know when they would be killed. Hence, the bandits of the Chaos territory were united against cultivators from the outside world. Soon, the bandits of the Flying Fire territory moved out en masse, forming groups to search for the culprit. Even though the bandits were all bad-tempered and ferocious, it was in their nature to obey the strong. No matter where they came from, as long as they entered the Chaos territory and joined any faction, they would have to listen to the orders of their superiors. As for how to become a superior, it depended on strength. As long as you were strong enough, you could challenge, defeat, and replace them. For example, if you wanted to become the leader of a territory, you had to defeat the original leader and replace him. That was how the leaders of the 18 Chaos territories came to be. Here, strength was the strongest. Chen Zongxing flew forward at high speed. The light in his eyes was restrained, boundlessly deep. All of a sudden, his figure shifted, and a half-meter-long space crack appeared where he was standing. He was almost caught in the attack. The power of a half-meter-long spatial crack could not be compared to a several-meter-long spatial crack. However, if one was directly affected, even a 4th level 5 cultivator would not be able to withstand it. It would still be very dangerous. But for Chen Zong, it was nothing. Because in the space turbulence, Chen Zong constantly used the spaceway descent. Imperceptibly, the realm of the spaceway had increased. Now, the spaceway seal had surpassed the beginner level and reached the small success level. Not only did the initial mastery of the Space Tao seal allow Chen Zong's grasp of Space Tao energy to become even more powerful, his perception of space had also become clearer and sharper. As a result, he was able to better and faster sense the fluctuations in space and react quickly to avoid the crack. Chen Zong discovered a benefit. Here, he could comprehend the Tao of space faster than anywhere else. Because the space here was relatively unstable, it was easier to perceive. Not long after, Chen Zong sensed another weak spot in the space. It was beyond the word weak. In the next moment, the weak spot in the space cracked and shattered, revealing a crack that was several meters long. An amazing power spread out from the crack, making Chen Zong look serious and fearful. Chen Zong, who had been in the space turbulence, clearly knew how terrible the power of the space crack was. In the next moment, Chen Zong's eyes focused and shone brightly. His pupils condensed into a point, staring at the space crack. Vaguely, he seemed to see a little light. That little light seemed to be something. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately activated the power of the spaceway seal to the extreme. Immediately, his left hand grabbed forward, and an invisible hand broke through the air and reached into the space crack. Immediately retracted. In just an instant, Chen Zong grabbed something from the spatial crack, but at the same time, his left arm was also affected by the spatial turbulence. His robes were torn apart, and countless cracks appeared on his arm, densely intersecting with each other. It was extremely terrifying. There were still remnants of the aura of the space turbulence on Chen Zong's arm. Fortunately, Chen Zong had mastered the power of the spaceway. Coupled with the vitality of the mysterious seed, he quickly eliminated the aura and healed. As expected, it's still too dangerous, Chen Zong thought to himself. Even with his strong physique and his attainments in the spaceway, he was still injured. If it were any other fourth realm cultivator, they would be digging their own grave. As for the long robe that he had obtained from the trade wind brothel, it had been destroyed in the space turbulence. What he was wearing now was actually an ordinary long robe that did not have much defensive power. Retreat. In an instant, Chen Zong retreated and distanced himself from the space crack. At the same time, he paid attention to the thing in his hand. It was an irregular crystal about the size of a soybean. It was crystal clear and almost transparent. The aura it exuded surprised Chen Zong. The aura of the power of space was fluctuating. Chen Zong was no longer the newbie he was when he first entered the universe. Reading countless books and records gave Chen Zong a solid knowledge base. He quickly recognized the item in his hand. Space Divine Crystal. Universe Divine Crystals were the crystallization of the universe's vitality. In addition, there were other divine crystals that were formed by the condensation of other forces. Space divine crystals were crystallized by the condensation of space energy. They contained extremely pure space energy. Among the various god crystals, cosmos god crystals were generally used as currency, cultivation resources for cultivation techniques, and energy consumption for various array formations, space-crossing divine boats, etc. As for the other god crystals, even though they didn't have as many uses as cosmos god crystals, their value was much higher than cosmos god crystals. Among the many divine crystals, universe divine crystals were the most basic. Above them were the more common crystallization of great Tao forces such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and so on. As for space divine crystals, they were the best among the divine crystals. The divine crystals could be used to comprehend and cultivate certain great Taos. They could also be used to forge Tao weapons, Tao god pills, and so on. Although the space divine crystal that Chen Zong obtained was only the size of a soybean, if he sold it, he could get at least a few 100,000 universe divine crystals. Of course, Chen Zong would not sell it. He wanted to keep it for his own use to comprehend the spaceway and condense the space Tao seal. This is a good place, Chen Zong said to himself as he pinched the space divine crystal and used the Heart Sutra to comprehend the energy fluctuation within it. If possible, Chen Zong would like to stay here for a period of time and use the advantages of this place to comprehend the spaceway and improve it. However, the most important thing now was to go to the Tai Hao Mountain. After he entered the Tai Hao Mountain, he could come here again. Chen Zong secretly made up his mind. He relied on the soybean-sized spatial crystal to comprehend the Tao of space and condense the spatial Tao seal while continuing to fly forward without stopping. Then, Chen Zong encountered bandits from the Flying Fire territory. Fight. Chen Zong did not perform the World Sword technique or the Rising Dragon Sword technique because these two sword techniques focused on attacking power. They were extremely overbearing. In such a place, the slightest carelessness could cause the space to shatter. It was very dangerous. If he had used the heart swordsmanship or the boundless sword technique, he would not have done so. Compared to these two sword techniques, the frontal attack power was not as overbearing. The power was more subtle and condensed. Chen Zong's profound realm cultivation coupled with his terrifying swordsmanship made him extremely lethal. Even an ordinary complete Realm 4 expert was no match for Chen Zong. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, all the bandits were killed by Chen Zong. Their spirits and vitality were absorbed and devoured by the black mark and the mysterious seed. Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit became more condensed and strengthened. Although the improvement was very slight, there was no limit. As long as the black mark continued to absorb and devour spirits, it could continue to strengthen. The mysterious seed was no longer sickly. It was gradually recovering and growing stronger. More than 24th Realm bandits had died. This made the Flying Fire territory more and more fearful. Not only did the 4th Realm bandits move out in groups, but even some 5th Realm bandits also moved out. The entire Flying Fire territory was jittery. Even Chen Zong could feel the tense and murderous atmosphere. "You're the one who killed my Flying Fire territory's people?" He had a head of long silver hair, but there were traces of blood red at the tip of his hair. His single eye emitted an extremely shocking cold light as he stared at Chen Zong, causing Chen Zong to feel an indescribable chill from the bottom of his heart. Very strong. This person's cultivation was also at the 4th level, but he had already reached the perfected 4th level. Furthermore, he was much stronger than the perfected 4th level cultivators that he had killed previously. A strong opponent. This was a strong opponent. "If you don't answer, then die." The one-eyed youth's expression was extremely cold and indifferent. His aura was extremely ferocious. Countless dark red auras surrounded him, giving off a fishy smell. Slash. In just an instant, the one-eyed youth slashed out with his saber. The dark red saber light condensed into a line and instantly pierced through the air. It was extremely fast. The saber light had already reached him the moment he slashed out with his saber. Chen Zong's eyelids trembled slightly, but he did not dodge. He unsheathed his sword and attacked. The saber and sword collided. Fight. This was not an ordinary bandit, but a god-favored bandit. His cultivation was at the complete realm, and his strength was extremely powerful. It was a misconception that bandits were not good apart from being ferocious. In fact, many bandits were very powerful. After all, they were not born to be bandit. They were often cultivated by many reasons. Those people might have various identities before they became bandits. Even some top god-favored ones from large factions would eventually become villains and bandits due to various reasons. The change of identity would not affect their strength. Chen Zong immediately used the boundless swordsmanship to fight with his opponent. In such a place, it was not appropriate to use a powerful unique skill. The best way was to fight in close combat. This was because the stronger the power, the easier it was to destabilize the space. Of course, this would not happen under normal circumstances, as long as the space was not fragile. However, there was always an exception. If one was unlucky, they would encounter anything. For the first time, Chen Zong realized that the boundless swordsmanship could not do anything to his opponent. He immediately switched to the heart swordsmanship. The power of the heart swordsmanship was not something that the boundless swordsmanship could compare to. Chapter 2703. The boundless sword technique was one of the top sword techniques in Sword Sharpening Mountain. Only the Tide Dragon sword technique could compare to it. The reason why the Heart Sword technique was stronger than the Boundless Sword technique was because Chunzong's attainments in the Heart Sword technique surpassed the Boundless Sword technique. In addition, the Heart Dao Seal had reached the Great Accomplishment stage, while the Time Dao Seal was only at the beginner stage. The difference was obvious. However, as long as the Time Dao Seal improved, the power of the Boundless Sword technique would also increase. The Heart Sword technique was mysterious and unpredictable. Qin Zong's eyes shone brightly, and the power of his sword technique became more and more powerful. He immediately suppressed his opponent. The one-eyed youth became more and more shocked as he fought. How could it be? He was only at the Great Accomplishment stage. How could he suppress him? He was at the Perfection stage. The difference between the Great Accomplishment stage and the Perfection stage sounded small, but in fact, the difference was shocking. It should be known that he was not an ordinary bandit, but a top heavens prideling who had defected from a powerful force in a neighboring universe. Even so, it had taken him several decades to advance from the advanced stage to the complete stage, and his strength had greatly increased. Fight. The more Chen Zong displayed his sword technique, the more carefree he felt. He had not had such a carefree battle since he broke through to the fourth realm. It was not that he did not want to, but that his opponent was too weak. Now, he finally met a strong enough opponent. Die! The one-eyed youth suddenly erupted with power, and slashed out an extremely terrifying saber attack. It seemed as if it could split the heavens and the earth. As for whether it would be unlucky to encounter a strong spatial fluctuation and cause a crack to appear in the space, it didn't matter. Of course, under normal circumstances, unless the power of a fourth realm powerhouse hit a weak spot in space, it would still be difficult for them to tear space apart. Only fifth realm powerhouses could do so. If they were in the outside world, they would need to have sixth realm power to tear space apart. Some areas with shockingly strong space needed the power of the seventh realm to have a chance of tearing space apart. After a carefree battle, Chen Zong also planned to end this battle. His body swayed and seemed to become blurry in an instant. His eyes also became hazy, and there was a feeling that he was going to escape into the void. In an instant, it condensed into a substance and became incomparably strong. He slashed out with his sword, and a faintly discernible sword light instantly pierced through everything and shot towards his opponent. Idealism. When Chen Zong's cultivation broke through to the fourth realm and even reached the great success stage, idealistic sword became even more perfect and its power increased exponentially. Right now, this sword strike had surpassed the level of a star-level secret technique and reached the level of a low-tier moon-class secret technique. The difference between a super star-level secret technique and a low-tier moon secret technique was huge. The saber light was directly pierced through. Idealistic sword arrived with an irresistible force. He couldn't dodge it. Before the sword arrived, the one-eyed youth felt as if his glabella had been pierced through. His divine will was torn apart, and his mind felt as if it had been pierced through. The pain was indescribable. Kill. Unable to dodge or block, he was killed directly. How could he be so strong? The one-eyed young man's face was filled with fear as he faced death. Could it be that the other party's strength had surpassed perfection and reached the pinnacle? With a flash of his body, Chen Zong immediately appeared in front of the one-eyed youth's body. The black mark on his glabella appeared, and the mysterious seed in his sea of vital energy gently moved. Instantly, the one-eyed youth's screaming and terrified godly soul was grabbed by an invisible hand from his head and pulled out crazily. The godly soul was sucked into the black mark. Streaks of extremely pure blood-red aura also spread out from the one-eyed youth's body. As the blood-red aura spread out, the one-eyed youth's body quickly shrunk and turned pale and gray. This body seemed to have been dead for many years, and it was decaying and could turn into ashes at any moment. This was because the godly soul and remaining vitality of this body had been devoured. With a light shake, the one-eyed young man's body immediately collapsed, turning into countless pieces that dissipated. He had truly died, his Tao vanishing, and his soul dispersing. Chen Zong discovered that his essence, and spirit had increased a little bit, and the mysterious seeds sprout seemed to be stronger and more vigorous. Sure enough, the stronger the life, the greater the increase in essence, and spirit, or the more vigorous the life. Chen Zong also concluded that generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the stronger the godly soul they could absorb. The pure energy that Chen Zong could feed back would be stronger, and the improvement of essence, and spirit would be better. As for the life, relatively speaking, the life provided by a level 4 cultivator was slightly stronger than that provided by a level 3 fierce demon, but could not be compared to a level 4 fierce demon. Perhaps only a level 4 physique cultivator's life could compare to a level 4 fierce demon's. However, compared to Qi cultivation, there were even fewer physique cultivators. So far, Chen Zong had not met a level 4 physique cultivator, so it was hard to say. After putting away the storage artifact, Chen Zong quickly left. Not long after, a ray of light approached at an astonishing speed. It was a skinny old man with a gloomy expression and a terrifying aura surrounding him. The old man's eyes were filled with traces of dark green light, and they were gloomy and eerie. Level 5 King Level. One of the King-level experts in the Flying Fire territory. The gloomy old man stopped there and carefully sensed the remaining aura. Sword Qi. The murderer is a swordsman. The gloomy old man's voice was deep and cold. As his eyes moved, the dark green light became darker. Immediately, the gloomy old man stretched out his finger, and a dark green light lit up like a flame. It burned, and then with a flick, it turned into a dark green light that covered the surroundings and burned. As it burned, it gradually shrank, and finally turned into a dot that flew in a direction. The old man smiled sinisterly and immediately moved in the direction of the green light. Chase. Chen Zong, who was flying quickly, felt a chill for no reason, and his body trembled subconsciously, but there was nothing else. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scanned his surroundings. He did not find anything else, but there was a vague sense of danger that seemed to come from all directions. Is there a strong enemy? Chen Zong thought to himself. This situation was undoubtedly telling him that there was a strong enemy coming, and it was very likely that he could not fight against it. As for the sneak attack by the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor, perhaps it was because of the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor's ability that he did not feel the danger in advance. As time passed, Chen Zong felt that the danger was getting stronger and stronger, and it kept pressing in. Chen Zong saw a figure wrapped in dark green light, coming at him at an alarming speed. Level 5. There was no doubt that this was a level 5 expert. Although Chen Zong was very strong in level 4, he had not reached the peak of level 4. After all, the real experts in level 4 were those on the Divine Lord list, or those who had the ability to be on the Divine Lord list. Right now, he was probably still some distance away from being on the Divine Lord list. As such, he was no match for a level 5 expert. Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and countless sword lights surrounded him. Countless thoughts flashed past, and it was very complicated. But here, unless the opponent has mastered the Space Tao, I am confident that I can escape. Chen Zong thought to himself, and exhaled deeply. Burst out. Without hesitation, Chen Zong directly burst out with his most powerful power, and his left hand's fingers were like a sword, and he swiped across the boundless world sword. Sword Qi surged, and a shocking power also burst out. Level 4. Sword Sharpening Technique. After breaking through to level 4, Chen Zong could continue to improve his sword sharpening technique, but because of the short time, he only mastered the 4th level, and the 5th level was still in the process of being cultivated. Level 4. Sword sharpening technique could increase the attack power by 4 times, and it directly increased the power of Chen Zong's swordsmanship by a lot, making it more terrifying. World sword technique. World descent. Boom. As Chen Zong slashed out with his sword, countless sword chi burst out, turning into the outline of a world that pushed out. The speed did not seem to be fast, but it contained an extremely domineering might that seemed to be able to push through everything. This sword technique was the New World sword technique that Chen Zong comprehended after breaking through to level 4, and it was also a low-tier moon-class sword technique. Its power was more terrifying than the previous moves, especially under the enhancement of level 4, sword sharpening technique. It was simply terrifying. The gloomy old man's face was cold, and his pupils contracted slightly. Immediately, his figure changed rapidly in an instant, and he dodged this sword attack. With his powerful level 5 strength, he could get rid of the suppression brought by world descent. After all, the difference in strength was too big. The green light jumped, wriggling like a poisonous snake, and as fast as lightning, it directly approached Chen Zong. Chen Zong had originally planned on using an extremely powerful strike to see if he could affect the surrounding space and shatter it. He would then use the spatial shattering power to deal with this 5th realm cultivator. However, it was very difficult to put it into practice. The level 5 realm's speed was too fast, and his strength was also very powerful. With a high realm, he could get rid of the suppression power of world descent and dodge it. Close. The gloomy old man approached Chen Zong at an astonishing speed, and streaks of dark green light condensed on his fingertips. Like the mouth of a snake, he pointed forward, and it flew towards Chen Zong like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. Horrifying. Creepy. Chen Zong felt like he was going to be hit directly by this finger. Once he was hit, even his powerful body couldn't withstand it, and he would be killed directly. Burst. Under the extreme crisis, Chen Zong activated the One Heart Sutra to the extreme, and it immediately burst out. One Heart Sutra. Without any hope of luck, Chen Zong directly threw away all other concerns, and his eyes were extremely focused. Level 4. Sword sharpening technique was fully activated, and the power was released without reservation. Crescent Dragon Sword Technique. In just an instant, Chen Zong consecutively slashed out 100 times. Each slash was the Rising Dragon Sword principle, and each slash was enhanced by the level 4, sword sharpening technique. One must know that the current Rising Dragon Sword principle, in terms of power level, was equivalent to a mid-grade star-class unique skill. With the enhancement of the small success space Dao seal, its power was very strong. In addition to the level 4, sword sharpening technique's enhancement by 4 times, each slash was even more terrifying. Now, under Chen Zong's One Heart Sutra, 100 consecutive slashes were released, and each slash was aimed at the same place. The power was unknowingly superimposed. Extremely shocking. Extremely terrifying. Chapter 2704. Shatter. Cracks appeared madly, like a mirror that had been smashed by a great force. It triggered a chain reaction that directly covered a radius of over a dozen meters. Countless streams of turbulence spread out, carrying with them a terrifying might as they violently destroyed everything. In the next moment, a gloomy light rapidly shot out from within. Countless forces landed on the light, causing it to rapidly fade. When the light had completely dispersed, a figure with extremely tattered robes appeared, quickly escaping from the spatial crack that was over a dozen meters wide. This figure was the gloomy old man who had chased after Chen Zong earlier. He was a 5th realm king realm expert. Damn it, damned sword cultivator, I'm going to kill you! The gloomy old man roared at the sky. His voice was filled with extreme grief and indignation, as well as anger and murderous intent that could not be washed away by the waters of a great river. Who would have thought that chasing after a fourth realm sword cultivator would result in such an outcome? He had lost his left forearm, directly crushed into nothingness by the turbulence of space. If it were not for the treasure he had obtained by chance earlier to protect himself, he probably would have died in the turbulence of space. But now that treasure had exhausted all its power and was completely shattered. One had to know that he had obtained this treasure by chance when he was in the fourth level. It had protected him many times and saved him from danger many times. Now it had exhausted all its power and was completely shattered. He had lost a protective treasure as a result. Losing an arm and losing a protective treasure was an indescribable loss. However, the fourth realm cultivator had already escaped. Even his aura could not be tracked down due to the turbulence of space. Fury! Extreme fury! Chen Zong erupted with extreme speed, madly flying away, constantly distancing himself. Earlier, he had unleashed the 100 intents of the heart with all his strength, then slashed out 100 times in the blink of an eye. Although the 100 swords of the Rising Dragon sword technique, which had been strengthened by the fourth level of the sword sharpening technique, did not all merge into one, a small portion of its power had been superimposed, reaching a terrifying level. Such tyrannical power was in no way inferior to the power of the world's descent sword technique. In addition, the Rising Dragon sword technique was a sword technique based on the way of space. It was easier to create spatial cracks in such a relatively weak space, and then draw it in. Pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, coupled with a bit of luck, Chen Zong really managed to create a spatial crack. It expanded and covered the fifth realm King Realm expert. After breaking through to the fourth realm, Chen Zong's mental strength had become much stronger. When he unleashed the 100 intents of the heart again, he could maintain it for a longer time, from the original 20 breaths to 30 breaths. Chen Zong's outburst lasted for less than 10 breaths of time before it ended. He did not exhaust his mental strength, nor did he feel extremely weak. He displayed a terrifying swordsmanship and at the same time, avoided the opponent's attack and took the opportunity to escape. Although he did not know whether the King Realm expert was dead or not, Chen Zong did not feel a sense of crisis. Even if the King Realm expert was not dead, he should have given up, or it would be difficult for him to catch up with him. After that, Chen Zong's movements became faster and more secretive. Even if he encountered bandits, he would try to avoid them as much as possible, and if he really could not avoid them, he would kill them. Even so, bandits died one after another under Chen Zong's sword. Their souls and vitality were reduced to nutrients for the black mark and the mysterious seed, respectively. Now, Chen Zong had discovered that he could control the black mark and the mysterious seed to a certain extent. The so-called, to a certain extent, referred to the ability to actively choose whether to devour souls and vitality to avoid being discovered by irrelevant people and causing unnecessary trouble. However, Chen Zong could not actively mobilize the power of the black mark and the mysterious seed. In short, Chen Zong could now actively control whether or not the black mark and the mysterious seed devoured souls and vitality. Other than that, he could not do anything else to interfere. But through this, Chen Zong could be sure that the black mark and the mysterious seed had their own consciousness. They did not necessarily have intelligence, but they definitely had their own consciousness. It was just that for some reason they were not willing to communicate with him. Puzzled, extremely puzzled. Time after time, Chen Zong's spirit became stronger and stronger, and the mysterious seed's vitality became more vigorous. The sprout actually grew bigger, and the power it contained became more vigorous. Although the Flying Fire territory continued to chase after Chen Zong, they did not succeed in catching up to him. As a result, Chen Zong left the territory of the Flying Fire territory and fled into the Horizontal Light territory. This was not a lower territory, but one of the 6 middle territories. Although the strongest of the 18 Chaos territories was the 5th level, there were still differences in strength among the 5th level. The stronger 5th level could even easily kill the weaker 5th level. The gap between the 5th level and the 5th level was very shocking. This was especially true for the experts on the Universe God King list. Each of them was extremely powerful, and they could kill ordinary 5th level experts like killing chickens. The 5th level experts in the upper 3 territories were usually the strongest. The 5th level experts in the middle 3 territories were relatively weaker, but this was not absolute. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. Chen Zong also entered the horizontal light territory. Chen Zong's movements were more secretive, and his aura was more restrained. This was because he had a breakthrough in the Tao of space. Great success. Originally, it would take many years of comprehension and cultivation to reach great success, but as the black mark continued to devour souls and feed back pure energy to Chen Zong's spirit became stronger and more tyrannical. The benefits were also very obvious. Chen Zong's thinking speed was faster, his body was stronger, and his endurance was more abundant. In addition, it also increased Chen Zong's cultivation speed and his comprehension efficiency. For Chen Zong's level of comprehension, any increase in comprehension was very rare and shocking. With the combination of the two, coupled with the fact that Chen Zong had been drifting in the turbulent space for a long time and had experienced countless dangers, he had a clearer and more intuitive understanding of the mysteries of space. If Chen Zong was given enough time to constantly analyze the mysteries of space and comprehend his own experiences, he would be able to greatly improve his attainments in the Tao of space. Then Chen Zong obtained a space deity crystal. Although it was not big, it contained pure space deity energy. Other than that, it was also supplemented by the Heart Sutra. The combination of various factors led to Chen Zong's astonishing improvement in the Tao of space. Great success. The Space Tao Seal had reached great success. It had already caught up with the Tao of Heart, the Tao of World, and Chen Zong's most fundamental Tao of the Sword. Now, only the Time Tao Seal was still at the beginner level. In fact, compared to the Tao of space, the Tao of time was more profound. It was also more difficult to comprehend and more illusory. Even with Chen Zong's astonishing comprehension and the assistance of the Heart Sutra, it was not easy to raise the Tao of time without sufficient external help. The Space Tao Seal's great success allowed Chen Zong to move more nimbly and freely in the Chaos territory. If he wanted to escape, he could avoid many bandits. It was a pity that Chen Zong did not come across any more treasures like space deity crystals. Otherwise, it would be of great help to his comprehension of the Tao of space. Time passed. Chen Zong continued to escape. Relying on his superb perception and attainments in the Tao of space, he crossed one territory after another and entered the Evil Dragon territory, one of the upper 3 territories. As one of the upper 3 territories, the Evil Dragon territory's overall strength was undoubtedly very strong. Not only did it have hundreds of 5th Realm King-level experts, but it also had more than 1,000 4th Realm experts. This number was very shocking. It was enough to surpass many Emperor-level forces. For example, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court only had slightly more than 100 5th Realm King-level experts. Relying on his superb perception, Chen Zong sensed traces of astonishing aura fluctuations coming from afar. There were traces of extremely sharp aura fluctuations mixed in. Chen Zong knew that it was sword qi. Someone was fighting. There were even sword cultivators among them. Who was fighting? Chen Zong thought for a moment and decided to go take a look. This was because Chen Zong had already discovered that it was not easy for him to cross the Chaos territory. Other than the danger, Chen Zong was not familiar with this place. It was easy for him to get lost. The Chaos territory was not small at all. If one was unfamiliar with it, it was very normal to get lost. For example, Chen Zong felt that he had already been in the Chaos territory for more than 10 years. If this continued, Chen Zong was not very confident that he could cross the Chaos territory within 100 years. Now that he had discovered a battle, there might be other outsiders. Perhaps he could take a look and ask about the situation. Not long after, Chen Zong arrived at the battle site. His aura was restrained and no one else noticed him. On one side of the battle were bandits. There were as many as 7 of them. One of the bandits was abnormally strong. His arms were crossed in front of his chest. His face was so fierce that it could stop children from crying at night. His eyes were extremely indifferent as he stared at the people surrounded by the 7 bandits. There were 2 people, one male and one female. Both of them looked young. The sword chi was emitted from their bodies. It was extremely pure and powerful. It was extremely shocking. Although there were only 2 of them, their strength was extremely terrifying. They were both in the 4th realm greater mastery. Their swordsmanship was superb. They were outnumbered and blocked the attacks of the 7 4th realm bandit. It should be known that among the 7 bandits, 2 were in the perfection realm and 5 were in the greater mastery realm. Chen Zong did not move. This was because the extremely strong and fierce-looking bandit was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. It gave him an indescribable sense of danger. A strong opponent. Compared to the one-eyed youth that he had killed before, this was a formidable opponent that was even more terrifying. Back down. Suddenly, the tower-like bandit spoke. His voice was buzzing like the roar of a drum that reverberated in all directions. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his indifferent eyes. As expected of a disciple of Tai Hao Mountain. Your swordsmanship is indeed superb. You can actually fight against a stronger opponent as the weak. As the bandit's voice rang out, the 7 bandits immediately retreated. However, they did not leave. Instead, they formed a circle and surrounded the young man and woman to prevent them from escaping. The bandit's huge body moved. As soon as he moved, an extremely shocking wave of power spread out. It was as if it could crush everything in all directions. On the other side, Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he stared at the 2 sword cultivators. A disciple of Tai Hao Mountain. Chapter 2705. There was a saying that went, when the mountains and rivers are exhausted, there is always a glimmer of hope. Although Chen Zong was not at the end of his rope and still had a few decades, he could not guarantee that he would be able to get out of the Chaos territory, find Tai Hao Mountain, and enter it in a few decades. The Chaos territory was very big and very messy. If one was not familiar with it or did not have the corresponding guidance, one would have to rely on luck to get out. Relying on luck was a gamble. If one was lucky, it might be easy to get out. If one was unlucky, it was normal that one would not be able to get out even after a few hundred years. Although Chen Zong thought that his luck was good, he would not bet on it until he was really out of ideas. He did not expect to meet the disciples of Tai Hao Mountain here. This was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. A chance to enter Tai Hao Mountain. However, Chen Zong still did not move. Instead, he withdrew his aura and stared. Instead of showing up now, it was better to wait for the 2 disciples of Tai Hao Mountain to fall into danger before making a move. Of course, if the 2 disciples of Tai Hao Mountain were strong enough to defeat these bandits, then it would not matter if he did not intervene. He could find an opportunity to get to know them later. In short, he would wait and see. The burly man's aura became more and more powerful. Vaguely, there was a roar from his strong body that spread in all directions. Chen Zong knew that it was the sound of qi and blood. When one's qi and blood were vigorous to a certain extent, it would make such a sound when circulating. This burly bandit was a body-refining cultivator. Very strong. A very strong body-refining cultivator. According to Chen Zong's judgment, the 2 disciples of Tai Hao Mountain were most likely not a match for this burly bandit, unless they had some hidden tricks up their sleeves. The two disciples of Taihao Mountain looked very serious. They felt an astonishing pressure from the burly bandit. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger, almost suffocating them. Fei Ping, today is the day you die. The young man of the two disciples of Taihao Mountain said coldly. Even though the pressure emitted by the other party was extremely shocking, he still resisted the pressure and released an astonishing sword will. He was unyielding and his tone was cold. It was like the sound of metal clashing as he directly threatened the other party. He was very brave. Although the young woman did not say anything, she shook the long sword in her hand. As the sword trembled, it let out a series of sword cries. They were like the cries of birds, and there was an indescribable sweetness to them. The sweetness also contained a shocking sharpness. Grin. The brawny man called Fei Ping curled his lips into a sinister smile. He suddenly clenched his 10 fingers, and with a rumbling sound, it was as if he was crushing the sky. An astonishing airflow rushed out from his fingers, and the veins on his arm bulged out like coiled pythons. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Aura. An extremely ferocious and tyrannical aura spread out from Fei Ping's extremely strong body. It was like a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. Kill! The expressions of the two disciples from Taihao Mountain changed drastically, and they took the initiative to attack. Both of their swords struck out, and sword light pierced through the air. The man's sword light was as swift as lightning, and it carried an incomparably tyrannical power. It also let out a series of dull rumbling sounds. The sound was extremely low, and it was like a surging undercurrent. It directly attacked one's mind and soul, and it carried a monstrous divine power. Chen Zong's expression could not help but change slightly. What kind of swordsmanship was this? There was indeed something mysterious about it. The power was quite astonishing. It was like a thunderbolt, and it also contained the impact of the sound of thunder, which shook one's divine will. Although it was not a direct divine will attack, it was somewhat similar. It was using sound to attack one's divine will. If one's divine will was not strong enough, it would definitely be affected. The sword light of the female disciple was extremely light and fast. The sound it emitted was like the chirping of a bird. It gave off a carefree and lively feeling. It was as if a bird had spread its wings and was flying through the air at an astonishing speed towards the burly man. Moreover, this sword light was not in a straight line. Instead, it drew an arc and attacked from the side. That arc had an indescribable profoundness to it. Brilliant swordsmanship, Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. The swordsmanship displayed by the two disciples of Taihao Mountain was different, but they were both very brilliant. Chen Zong could not help but secretly exclaim. It was indeed a swordsmanship inheritance in a holy land. Taihao Mountain, like sword-sharpening mountain, was a holy land of the way of the sword. However, according to the ancient records that Chen Zong had studied, Sword-Sharpening Mountain was a holy land of the way of the sword millions of years ago. At that time, it was at its peak and was extremely powerful. It could not be said that it dominated the universe, but it was definitely a powerful existence among the holy lands in the universe. As for Taihao Mountain, it did not seem to be a holy land millions of years ago. It became a holy land later. No matter what era it was, as long as it was a holy land, it would have an amazing foundation. It was very powerful and unimaginable. Of course, other than Sword-Sharpening Mountain, Chen Zong did not know anything about other holy lands. As for Sword-Sharpening Mountain, it was no longer the Sword-Sharpening Mountain of the past. Chen Zong did not know much about its foundation. After all, Chen Zong had only obtained the swordsmanship inheritance of Sword-Sharpening Mountain and the Fiend God Sword Codex. Other than that, there was nothing else. As a holy land of the way of the sword, it was natural that Taihao Mountain's swordsmanship was superb. In the face of the Taihao Mountain disciples' swordsmanship attack, Fei Ping's grin became more and more obvious. Immediately, his arms shook and vaguely there was the sound of a surging river. It was the boiling impact of his chi and blood, bursting out with amazing power. Immediately, a pitch-black color spread on Fei Ping's arms. It was as black as diamond and was extremely powerful. The attack was blasted out, and the roar was extremely dull. It sounded like the beating of a drum, but also like the shattering of the sky. In an instant, the two sword lights were inevitably hit and shattered. Fight. Fei Ping was fighting 1 against 2. His fighting skills were extremely ferocious, like that of a ferocious beast. Every strike was extremely dangerous and left no room for maneuver. Although the two disciples of Taihao Mountain had amazing swordsmanship, they were still suppressed. In terms of cultivation, they were inferior to Fei Ping. In terms of life and death battle experience, they were also inferior to Fei Ping. Fei Ping was a body cultivator, and his physique was extremely strong. When he channeled his cultivation method, his entire body was like black diamond. Even if he was hit by the two Taihao Mountain disciples' swordsmanship, it only left a white mark. The sound produced was like the sound of metal clashing. He was not injured at all. With such a strong body, Fei Ping did not dodge the attacks of the two. Instead, he used offense as defense. He was extremely violent and directly suppressed the two Taihao Mountain disciples. They were no match for him. Even if the two of them worked together and showed great strength, they could challenge people of a higher level and could be called geniuses. However, they were still no match for the burly bandit. That was because the burly bandit was also a genius. Sky lightning strike. The male disciple of the Taihao Mountain burst out and used the ultimate technique of the Great Path. His sword turned into an extremely violent bolt of lightning, tearing through the air. Flying bird extinction. The female disciple's figure stretched out and swung her sword like a bird spreading its wings. The sword light rushed out like a bird. Its speed was astonishing and extremely sharp. It was also an ultimate technique of the Great Path. Steel flow burst. Both of Fei Ping's arms shook as they suddenly expanded by a large size. Soon after, they suddenly blasted out, creating a black torrent that seemed to shatter a vacuum. Like a steel torrent, the black torrent blocked the two sword lights and shattered them one after the other. The two disciples of the Taihao Mountain were bombarded. They were sent flying and vomited blood. Junior sister, Fei Ping's strength is too strong. We are no match for him. I will hold you back. You take the opportunity to leave. The male disciple immediately transmitted his voice to the female disciple. No, senior brother. We only have a chance to kill him if we work together. The female disciple was very stubborn. You want to escape? Impossible. Go to hell. Fei Ping grinned hideously as he pounced over. His arms continuously blasted out, and he blasted out layers of surging black tides that carried an extremely terrifying might. They covered the sky and covered the earth, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Shockingly, it was a supreme-grade Star Grand Dao technique. They couldn't block it. Under the absolute difference in strength, they couldn't block it at all. Even though they were disciples of the Taihao Mountain and were top geniuses who were unreachable to most cultivators, they couldn't block it under such a difference in strength. Unless their cultivation could break through to the Great Path of the Great Path. The difference between the Great Path of the Great Path and the Great Path of the Great Path was very significant. If one wasn't a genius, it was impossible to challenge someone of such a level. Although they were both geniuses, such a difference was even more difficult to overcome. The two disciples of the Taihao Mountain suddenly changed their expressions. They immediately performed their secret technique. Sword will surged and became several times stronger. The sword light became even more dazzling, as if they had used all their strength to slash out. The sword light shattered and the black torrent was also blocked. However, the bodies of the two trembled at the same time. They suddenly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale and their auras were weak. Their strength was obviously affected and dropped significantly. Suppression. Suppression. Compared to the bandits, although the two disciples of the Taihao Mountain were not ordinary, there was still a gap. It should be known that among the bandits, there was no lack of people with great strength. They were very difficult to deal with and very terrifying. Fei Ping was one of them. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Fei Ping stared at the two disciples of the Taihao Mountain and smiled maliciously. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Take them back." The two disciples of the Taihao Mountain were already injured. Now they did not have much strength to fight back at all. It was a good opportunity to capture them alive and properly torture them. Maybe he could get some inheritance from them. The Taihao Mountain was the holy land of the Way of the Sword. If they were in the outside world, Fei Ping would be very afraid. However, in the anarchic territory, 6th and 7th level cultivators were useless here. Unless a saint personally attacked, even a 5th level cultivator would not be so easy to deal with. Even if an expert on the God King ranking appeared, there was a high chance that he would die in a place like the anarchic territory. Moreover, there are experts on the God King ranking in the anarchic territory, Fei Ping said secretly. They could not escape. The two disciples of the Taihao Mountain were heavily injured and could not escape at all. They could only watch as the 7 bandits quickly surrounded them. Their expressions turned serious. After looking at each other, they decided to fight with all their might. Even if they died, they could not be captured. In the blink of an eye, a sword will exploded and descended with a terrifying might that could suppress everything. Chapter 2706. Chen Zong had made his move. If he didn't make his move, the two disciples of Taihao Mountain would have to fight with their lives on the line. If that happened, his plan would fail. The sword will cut across the sky and press down, causing the 7 bandits to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if they had been penetrated by the sword will. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if their divine wills were about to be torn apart. It was extremely uncomfortable. The two disciples of Taihao Mountain were even more shocked. This sword will was many times more powerful than theirs. It was simply unheard of. "Who is it? Show yourself." Fei Ping's expression changed at first. Then, a layer of black light spread out from his right arm, as if it was made of black diamond. His muscles were filled with shockingly violent qi and blood, and his power was extremely domineering. With a roar, he suddenly threw out a punch. Vajra shattering the mountain. This punch was extremely terrifying. Its power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. It was as if it could shatter a mountain. Its power was astonishing. The black fist force blasted out as if it could shatter a mountain. There, a figure appeared, as if it would be shattered by the punch in the next breath. In an instant, an indescribable sword light flashed and slashed down. The sword light was bright and dazzling. It was as if the moment it was unsheathed, it stole all the light in the world. It was incomparable. That sword light was the epitome of what it meant to be unstoppable. The sword slashed down and directly cut through the terrifying black fist force of the Vajra shattering the mountain. It directly slashed towards Fei Ping. The two disciples of Taihao Mountain stared at that sword light and were completely stunned. This kind of swordsmanship was much more powerful than theirs. In Taihao Mountain, only a few people could use it. What Fei Ping used was a supreme technique of the Great Path, but what Chen Zong used was not a supreme technique of the Great Path. It was only the heart swordsmanship. However, the current heart swordsmanship was at the level of a supreme technique of the Great Path. Every sword was equivalent to using a supreme technique of the Great Path. It was extremely terrifying. After the heart swordsmanship was integrated with the essence of many Great Path swordsmanship, it became even more mysterious and unfathomable. Its sharpness was astonishing, and it could cut through everything. The sword light flashed and instantly closed in on Fei Ping. It became violent and pressed down on him. Vajra descends. Fei Ping's expression changed drastically as he felt a terrifying sense of danger approaching him. His body was covered in a black glow as a black shadow appeared. It grew larger and larger, and the aura it emitted was even more shocking. Only then did the two disciples of Taihao Mountain realize that Fei Ping hadn't used his full strength when he was fighting with them. The world descended. Chunzong also unleashed his full power in that instant, unleashing a moon-class ultimate technique of the Great Tao. As the sword slashed down, sword chi erupted. It transformed into the phantom of a world that descended and suppressed the sky. Everything seemed to have stopped in that instant, and there was no movement. Although Fei Ping's strength was very strong, and his cultivation was higher than Chunzong's, the Fiend God sword technique that Chunzong cultivated was the highest level inheritance of Sword Sharpening Mountain. His strength was extremely powerful, and he wasn't inferior to Fei Ping at all. In addition, the world swordsmanship was superb, and the world descended was a moon-class ultimate technique of the Great Path. There was an indescribable gap between it and a star-class ultimate technique. Fei Ping couldn't dodge or block it. The black shadow on his body suddenly collapsed. The sword light slashed down and directly slashed Fei Ping's body. However, it didn't kill him. It only severely injured him. The terrifying sword power even went through his body and shook all the bones in his body, shattering them one after another. Such an injury was enough to make Fei Ping lose all his strength, and he couldn't resist at all. In an instant, the sword light flashed again, and the sword split into as many as 7. They flew across the sky and hit the other 7 bandits, killing them all. However, because there were disciples of Taihao Mountain here, Chunzong controlled the devouring of the black mark and the mysterious seed to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. It all happened in a flash. From the 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain being defeated to Chunzong appearing to save them, and then to Fei Ping being defeated and severely injured, and the 7 bandits being killed, the whole process was very short. It only took a few breaths of time. It all happened so quickly that the 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain couldn't react in time. After Chunzong captured Fei Ping, he asked the 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain, "Are you two all right?" "Thank you for saving me, Your Excellency." The 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain finally reacted. They hurriedly saluted Chunzong with their swords and thanked him. "We're fine. We're just a little injured. We'll be fine after taking some pills." After that, it was even simpler. The 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain were grateful to Chunzong for saving them, and Chunzong wanted to get closer to them, so the conversation became more pleasant. Of course, it was important to be cautious. The 2 disciples of Taihao Mountain weren't rookies, but after some conversation, they learned that Chunzong was a sword cultivator who pursued the way of the sword. Now, he even wanted to cross the chaotic region and go to Taihao Mountain to see if he could join them. Chunzong didn't reveal too much about the way of the Sword Saint. First of all, others might not believe him if he said it. Second of all, it might cause unnecessary trouble. He said that he had heard of Taihao Mountain's reputation as a way of the sword holy land. As a sword cultivator who pursued the way of the sword, he yearned to go there and pay his respects. It would be best if he could enter the way of the sword and learn more about the mysteries of the way of the sword. This was indeed one of Chunzong's goals. It wasn't a lie, so it sounded very sincere and wouldn't arouse suspicion. "I treat people with sincerity, and they treat me with sincerity." As for sword cultivators, most of them did not have such complicated thoughts. "Brother Chen, our mission this time is to capture and kill Black Diamond Fei Ping." The man's name was Tianhe. He didn't hide anything and said directly, "But I didn't expect Black Diamond Fei Ping to be so strong. If Brother Chen didn't help in time, I'm afraid my junior sister and I would have died here." The woman's name was Bai. She looked at Chunzong gratefully. "I happened to be looking for a way out. I can only say that it's fate, Chen Zong said with a smile. Soon after, he pushed Black Diamond and Fei Ping towards Tian He because this was the target of their mission. Fei Ping had a look of despair on his face. All of his bones were shattered. Even though he was a body cultivator and had a strong self-healing ability, he still needed time to fully recover. Not to mention, there was a terrifying force wreaking havoc in his body, preventing him from healing. Now that he had fallen into the hands of the disciples of Taihao Mountain, there was no way he could survive. This was because he had killed a disciple of Taihao Mountain. It was because of this that he was wanted by Taihao Mountain and became the target of their disciples. Chen Zong also knew the reason from Tian He. He also knew that Black Diamond Fei Ping was a notorious person among the bandits of the Fourth Realm in the Chaos region. His strength was very strong and shocking. He didn't expect Chen Zong to be able to defeat him. Moreover, it seemed that he had defeated him easily. His swordsmanship was extremely shocking. According to the mission instructions of Taihao Mountain, they only needed to kill Fei Ping. It would be best if they could bring his corpse back as proof of the mission. Tian He didn't hesitate to kill Fei Ping. As for Fei Ping's divine storage device, Tian He directly handed it to Chen Zong. After all, they were all saved by Chen Zong. Fei Ping was also defeated by Chen Zong. The spoils of war belonged to Chen Zong. Naturally, Chen Zong accepted it without hesitation. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Fei Ping was a body cultivator. His life force must be very strong. If it could absorb his life force, it would be of great help to the mysterious seed. However, there was no other way. In order to enter Taihao Mountain, this was the only way. Chen Zong laughed at himself. Before, he was afraid and didn't dare to let the mysterious seed absorb his life force. Now, he was still afraid. However, he wasn't afraid of the mysterious seed itself. He just didn't want to be seen as an evil person and cause unnecessary trouble. In the end, it was still because of strength. If he was strong enough, he would be a Jiendi or even a sword saint. Then, he wouldn't have to worry so much. After Tian He and Chen Zong recovered from their injuries and recovered their strength, they moved. They brought Chen Zong to leave the anarchic region and return to Taihao Mountain. As disciples of Taihao Mountain, their talent and strength were extraordinary. Moreover, they had enough deterrence. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to provoke them. Of course, there were many evil people in the anarchic region. There were also some who didn't fear Taihao Mountain. Or rather, it was because they were in the anarchic region that they had more to rely on. However, with Chen Zong and the three of them working together, as long as they weren't experts on the Divine Lord list or fifth-level kings, they would be able to protect themselves. Moreover, Taihao Mountain was undoubtedly more familiar with the anarchic region. They knew the routes, and so it was easier for them to avoid the bandits and the experts of the evil dragon region. Under Tian He and Chen Zong's lead, it took them about a year to finally reach the border of the anarchic region. Stepping out of the anarchic region meant that they had left the Chao Kong universe and entered the territory of Taihao Mountain. Of course, Taihao Mountain's territory was vast and boundless. It was countless times larger than a universe. It was extremely vast. Tian He and Chen Zong were disciples of the Taihao Mountain, so their understanding of the Taihao Mountain was naturally incomparable to Chen Zong's. Tian He didn't hide anything from Chen Zong, who had saved his senior brother and sister's lives. He told Chen Zong everything he knew about the Taihao Mountain. It turned out that although the two of them were disciples of Taihao Mountain, they were only the most ordinary disciples of Taihao Mountain. They were sworn disciples. Yes, in terms of status, they were equivalent to the official disciples of other sects. They were inferior to the core and true disciples. Speaking of which, both Tian He and Chen Zong's junior sister, Ba Yi, were quite talented. Although they were only 4th-level upper realm cultivators, they were able to kill ordinary 4th-level complete realm cultivators. No matter where they were, they would be called geniuses. It should be known that the third level couldn't be compared to the fourth level. The gap between each level was even greater. It was naturally more difficult to challenge someone of a higher level. Anyone who could do it could be called a genius. However, in a place like Taihao Mountain, such geniuses were only the most ordinary sworn disciples. It was truly shocking. Of course, although sworn disciples were the most ordinary, they were still official members of Taihao Mountain. However, as sworn disciples, Tian He and Ba Yi didn't have any authority to bring Chen Zong directly into Taihao Mountain. They could only stay in the territory outside Taihao Mountain. Chapter 2707. Taihao Mountain was one of the holy lands of the universe. It was a holy land that focused on swordsmanship. Naturally, it attracted countless swordsmen to make a pilgrimage there. Taihao Mountain also adopted the method of gathering the best of the best. They built some cities and so on outside Taihao Mountain specifically for the sword cultivators on pilgrimage to stay. Over time, it developed, and businesses from all walks of life became a complete industry. Many people lived here. These cities were all outside Taihao Mountain. Thanks to the influence of the aura of Taihao Mountain's swordsmanship, they became good places to cultivate swordsmanship. Cultivating swordsmanship and comprehending swordsmanship here was more effective. Taihao Mountain's purpose in doing so was not to contribute for free. There was a reason for it, and that was to gather the swordsmanship of the universe. Of course, Taihao Mountain did not force other swordsmen to give up their own swordsmanship methods. Instead, through exchanges and other methods, they filled in the foundation of Taihao Mountain's swordsmanship methods and improved it generation by generation. Taihao Mountain could benefit from this method, and the swordsmen who made the pilgrimage would also benefit. In short, it was a mutually beneficial thing. The universe was vast, and there were many swordsmen who had heard of Taihao Mountain's reputation. Anyone who had achieved success in their cultivation would want to make the pilgrimage to Taihao Mountain to understand the mysteries of Taihao Mountain's swordsmanship and to verify it with themselves to improve themselves. Taihao Mountain had already done so millions of years ago when it was still an emperor-level force. Of course, its influence back then was far from what it was now. But it was also because of this that Taihao Mountain continued to grow. It went from an emperor-level force to an emperor-level force, and finally to a saint-level force. It dominated the universe and was invincible, powerful. After becoming a holy land of swordsmanship, Taihao Mountain did not change its strategy of gathering the best of the best. In fact, its influence had increased countless times. In addition to gathering the best of the best, Taihao Mountain was also willing to accept disciples. However, they had to be outstanding enough to be qualified to enter Taihao Mountain and become a true member of Taihao Mountain. They could enjoy the various resources and benefits of Taihao Mountain and cultivate the superb swordsmanship and ultimate techniques of Taihao Mountain, and so on. These were not things that pilgrims could get. Of course, while truly joining Taihao Mountain and enjoying the many benefits of Taihao Mountain, they also had to put in their own efforts and even their lives for the legacy of Taihao Mountain. But this was normal. If you want to gain something, you have to pay the price. That was the truth everywhere. If you don't want to accept it, then don't take it. It was that simple and direct. There were countless people who wanted to join Taihao Mountain. However, only an extremely small number of them were qualified. Chernzong had already learned from Tianhe that there were two ways to become a disciple of Taihao Mountain. One way was for the Taihao Mountain to open its gates once every 100 years. At that time, one could come to participate and become a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. Of course, one had to go through a series of tests to eliminate the impurities. Only those who passed would be qualified to become a disciple of the Taihao Mountain. However, there were requirements. The requirements were first, age, and second, cultivation. This was the orthodox way that Taihao Mountain accepted disciples. Of course, it was not that the higher the cultivation level, the better. There was a limit. Those who were already at the 4th level were not qualified to participate. That was because most of the time, when one reached the 4th level, they were considered to have stepped into the ranks of the strong. They would often have their own lineage, and Taihao Mountain was more inclined to nurture their own inheritors. However, there was always a way out. Taihao Mountain had a second method, and that was to challenge the Sword Pass. It was divided into the Earth Sword Pass and the Heaven Sword Pass, which corresponded to the 4th and 5th level respectively. The Sword Pass was a place set up by Taihao Mountain to test swordsmanship. There were a total of 99 passes, and the 99 passes were divided into 3 levels. The 33 passes were a level, and they were divided into 3 levels: low, middle, and high. The Sword Pass was set up specifically for swordsmen at the 4th and 5th level. As for swordsmen at the 6th and 7th level, if a lone cultivator wanted to join the Taihao Mountain and become a member, there were other methods. After all, when one reached the 6th level, they belonged to the ranks of the strong in the universe. Those at the 4th and 5th level were called strong. Only those at the 6th level could be called strong in the universe and be called strong in the universe. Their status was completely different. Even in the Holy Land, they were highly valued. Chunzong was at the 4th level. If he wanted to enter the Taihao Mountain, there was only one way, and that was to challenge the Earth Sword Pass. He had to at least pass the 33rd pass, which was the lower level. Of course, if he was chosen by the strong in the Taihao Mountain and was accepted as a disciple or a swordsman, he would also be considered as joining the Taihao Mountain. However, the former was still acceptable. The latter was not something that anyone could accept. All in all, for Chunzong, the only way to enter the Taihao Mountain was to challenge the Sword Pass. That senior gave me a time limit of 100 years. Chunzong thought to himself. He had to reach the Taihao Mountain within 100 years, enter the Taihao Mountain, and appear before that senior. One had to know that that senior was not an ordinary cultivator. He was a Sword Dao Saint, and he was definitely at the top of the Taihao Mountain. Chunzong felt that it would not be an easy task to appear in front of such a powerhouse. However, only a dozen years had passed since the deadline of 100 years. He still had more than 80 years to complete the first step. Next was the second step, which was to enter the Taihao Mountain. As for the last step, there was still hope. In the 9th Sword City, Chunzong did not rest. He went straight to the Sword Pass and paid 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals. That's right. If one wanted to challenge the Sword Pass, they had to pay 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals as the fee. After all, the Sword Pass would constantly consume energy when it was opened. Where would the energy come from? No matter what, the Taihao Mountain was considered to have a way of making money. 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals were nothing to a 4th realm cultivator. However, there were 10 sword cities, and there were only 2 sword passes in each city. One was the Earth Sword Pass, and the other was the Heaven Sword Pass. Many people wanted to challenge them. Firstly, they wanted to see if they could pass the 33rd level and obtain the opportunity to enter the Taihao Mountain. Secondly, even if they could not pass, they could hone their swordsmanship in the Sword Pass and improve further. As a result, there were always people in the Sword Pass. As soon as they came out, they would immediately enter again. However, in order to ensure that the Sword Pass would not be damaged due to the overload, the Taihao Mountain set a rule that only 36 people were allowed to attempt the Sword Pass every day. 36 days were a cycle. With such a restriction, one had to pay the fee first before obtaining a number plate. According to the number on the number plate, one could enter the Sword Pass at that time. For instance, the number plate that Chunzong obtained was marked 805. The number plate for challenging the Sword Pass had 36 days as a round. After 36 days, the number of days would be recalculated. Chunzong's number plate meant that he would be the 5th person to enter the sword pass on the 8th day of this round. At that time, he could not miss it. Once he missed it, he would not have to wait any longer. It would be equivalent to wasting 10,000 Cosmos God crystals. I still have to wait for 8 days. Taking the number plate, Chunzong turned and left. He could not possibly wait outside the sword pass for 8 days. There was no need for that. Within the Sword City, the aura of the Sword Dao was rather rich. It made Chunzong feel very comfortable. There were many sword cultivators here, and there were quite a few at the 4th and 5th level. After all, the universe was so big and these sword cultivators came from all over. Gathering and interacting here made the atmosphere of the Sword Dao even more intense. Chunzong walked and stopped to look around. Not long later, he saw a team of sword cultivators wearing black and red sword robes patrolling the street. Every one of them had an astonishingly sharp aura condensed on their body. It was very shocking and tyrannical. They were clearly experts among sword cultivators. They were members of the Earth Sword Army of the Taihao Mountain. Their duty was to guard the Sword City and maintain law and order. After all, there were so many people and sword cultivators in the huge Sword City. It was inevitable that some conflicts would occur. If there were any conflicts, the Earth Sword Army would move out and suppress them. In the beginning, there were many conflicts. However, as time passed, the conflicts gradually decreased. Now, if there were any conflicts, they would either be resolved outside the city or on the sword arena of life and death in the Sword City. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Earth Sword Army. However, the Earth Sword Army still had their duty to patrol. Staying in the Sword City, Chunzong used the Heart Sutra. Even if he was walking or admiring the scenery, it would not affect his own cultivation. The improvement of his essence, qi, and soul allowed Chunzong's cultivation and comprehension speed to increase by another step. After strolling around, Chunzong came to the scattered market in the Sword City. The so-called scattered market was a messy market formed by the stalls set up by the outsiders. The outsiders came here either to challenge the sword trials, but in addition to challenging the sword trials, they would also travel around. Sometimes they would obtain some treasures and so on, and they would put them here to sell or exchange for other things. Occasionally there would be people who would find some good treasures. Chunzong did not have any intention of finding any treasures. He was just casually strolling around. It was as if he had come to a new place and wanted to experience the local customs and increase his knowledge. This was the so-called experience. True experience was not blindly fighting. Instead, it came from the integration of various aspects. Cultivation experience was fused into every action one took. As he casually strolled around, Chunzong suddenly stopped. His gaze swept over and focused on a small stall. More accurately, he was focused on an item on the stall. It was a small stone fragment that was not even half the size of a palm. The stone fragment had an irregular shape and looked very simple. It was like a stubborn stone that did not emit any aura. However, Chunzong felt a wave of aura from it. It was a familiar wave of aura. With a flash, Chunzong appeared in front of that small stall. The stall owner was a 4th-level sword cultivator. Take a look at what you want. 100,000 Cosmos God crystals for each item. The stall owner was currently wiping a shiny longsword. He did not even raise his head as he spoke with an indifferent voice. One had to admit that the items on the stall were priced at 100,000 Cosmos God crystals. It was indeed not a low price. After all, these items did not seem to be precious treasures. Their value was more ordinary, and some of them were even unrecognizable. Without hesitation, Chunzong took out 100,000 Cosmos God crystals and handed it to the stall owner. He took away that ordinary-looking black stone fragment. It felt a little heavy when he touched it. Other than an extremely minute and indistinct wave of aura, there was nothing else. Chunzong flipped his hand and kept it. He was prepared to bring it back and study it. Chapter 2708. Chen Zong walked out of the market as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. He did not continue. Instead, he returned to his room in the restaurant he had previously opened. He was prepared to carefully study the black ancient stone fragment that he had obtained. Chen Zong casually set up some seals to isolate its aura. He then took out the black stone fragment and carefully studied it. Chen Zong hadn't studied the Tao of Seals in depth, but he had dabbled in it before. He had a certain foundation in it, and could set up some relatively simple seals. Perhaps they wouldn't be of much use, but it was enough to conceal one's aura, unless there was an expert who was deliberately spying on him. Chen Zong stared and carefully studied it, but he still could not see what kind of profound mysteries it contained. Soon after, the Space Tao seal appeared, and the ripples of the Tao of Space spread out, wrapping around the ancient black stone fragment. That's right. When Chen Zong was at the market, he felt a faint and undetectable ripple of aura from the stone fragment. It was the aura ripple of the Tao of Space. It was so weak that if he had not comprehended the Space Tao seal to the large success stage, and if his spiritual senses were not sharper than the majority of Fourth Realm experts, he would not have been able to sense it. Spending 100,000 Cosmos God crystals to buy this object could be a treasure. Of course, it could also be nothing. After carefully studying it, Chen Zong could not help but feel disappointed. It was not a treasure. It was merely tainted with the aura of the Tao of Space. He had wasted 100,000 Cosmos God crystals for nothing. This was the conclusion Chen Zong came to after repeatedly studying it several times. However, Chen Zong did not feel heartache for those 100,000 Cosmos God crystals. They were all obtained from killing many Fourth Realm bandits in the chaotic territory. Adding them up, he had more than 1,000,000 Cosmos God crystals. A mere 100,000 Cosmos God crystals was completely within his acceptable range. After shattering that stone fragment, Chen Zong did not think too much. He only waited for the time to arrive before attempting the sword pass again. Unexpectedly, someone actually came to find him on the second day. "It's you." Chen Zong's pupils contracted. Wasn't this person the owner of the small stall from yesterday? Why did he come to find him? "Please forgive me for coming uninvited." The swordsman smiled at Chen Zong. His voice was cold, but his words were polite. "What can I do for you?" Chen Zong asked back. The other party must have a motive for suddenly coming here. "Sir, I don't think this is a good place to talk," the man said after looking around. Chen Zong stepped aside and let the man in. This was a Fourth Realm sword cultivator. No matter how powerful he was, Chen Zong was confident that he could escape. "Sir, have you comprehended the Tao of Space?" The sword cultivator was very direct with his words. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly narrowed. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky and pierce through everything. For some reason, a chill rose from the sword cultivator's heart, and his scalp went numb. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. Please listen to my explanation." The sword cultivator immediately said, "My name is Qianqiu. My companion and I found that piece of broken stone in a secret place. After our research, we found that the secret place was left behind by a strong cultivator who had mastered the Tao of Space. Hence, everything there has the aura of the Tao of Space." Chen Zong stared at him quietly, listening to his words. Qianqiu and his companion had entered a secret place by chance. It was a secret place left behind by a strong cultivator who had mastered the Tao of Space. However, they could only move around the periphery and could not enter the center. After their research, they speculated that they might need to master the Tao of Space to be able to break through and truly enter. However, this place was hidden and they did not want to spread the news. Hence, they thought of a way to test the waters. They secretly observed to see if anyone had mastered the Tao of Space. It would be best if they were also at the fourth realm. Qian Xiu had originally planned to test the waters directly, but there were no good opportunities in Sword City. After thinking for a while, he came looking for Chen Zong. After all, Chen Zong had bought the piece of broken stone that contained the aura of space from his stall. Your Excellency, I would like to invite you to explore the secret place together, Qian Xiu said after his explanation. Where is the secret place? Chen Zong asked casually. Your Excellency, this is a secret, Qian Xiu replied directly. Chen Zong did not answer whether he was willing to explore the secret place together. How could Qian Xiu reveal any information about the secret place? Furthermore, even if Chen Zong was willing to explore the secret place together, he could not reveal it now. When the time came, he would just lead the way. Chen Zong also understood this point, so he did not ask any more questions. When do we set off? Chen Zong asked. He had accepted Qian Xiu's invitation. A secret place left behind by a strong cultivator who had mastered the Tao of space. In any case, Chen Zong was very interested. After all, his application of the Tao of space was still at a relatively ordinary level. It could not be compared to the Tao of heart, the world sword principle, and the sword principle. If he cultivated and meditated on his own, it would undoubtedly take more time and energy. However, if he could obtain the guidance of a senior expert or the treasures left behind, this time and energy could be reduced. The time is set for 3 months later, Qian Xiu replied immediately. He also told Chen Zong where to meet at that time and told him not to forget. After that, Qian Xiu left. Seeing Qian Xiu leave, Chen Zong narrowed his eyes slightly. After thinking for a while, he stopped thinking about it. The most important thing now was to go through the Sword Pavilion and pass the assessment to enter Taihao Mountain. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th day of the Sword Pavilion. Early in the morning, Chen Zong came to the Sword Challenge. Because Chen Zong's number was number 5, he was ranked relatively high among the 36 people. Not long after, the first person to challenge the Sword Challenge appeared. The challenge lasted less than 15 minutes. So short. According to the pattern, he probably only passed the first 10 challenges in less than 15 minutes. I don't know if he can pass the first 33 challenges today. There were 99 levels in the Sword Pavilion, and 33 levels were a level. Those who tried the first 33 challenges were the lowest level. It sounded very simple, but when you really tried it, you would find that it was very, very difficult. Since ancient times, there were not many sword cultivators who could pass the first 33 challenges. Passing the sword challenge had nothing to do with one's strength. It was only related to the level of one's swordsmanship. A level 4 sword cultivator's swordsmanship might be better than a level 5 sword cultivator's, but it was very rare. The sword challenge was a pure test of swordsmanship. The second person tried it, but the result was the same after 15 minutes. He also failed. The third person failed. The fourth person failed. The fifth person was Chen Zong. He handed the number plate to the person guarding the sword challenge. It was a disciple of Taihao Mountain. Go in, the disciple of Taihao Mountain said to Chen Zong after taking the number plate and glancing at it. He only recognized the number plate, not the person. After the number plate was given out, it didn't matter who had it. As long as they came with the number plate, they could challenge the sword challenge. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong stepped into the sword pass, and his figure immediately disappeared as if it had been swallowed. For a moment it was as if the world had changed. A figure appeared in front of Chen Zong. It was a figure holding a sword. He was wearing a white sword robe and holding a bright long sword. His expression was indifferent, and a faint sword aura surrounded him. He was walking toward Chen Zong step by step. When he got close, he took a step forward and stabbed with the sword in his hand. The sword pierced through the air. This sword made Chen Zong's eyes light up. He had some skills and some attainments. This was the level that most level 4 sword cultivators could reach. Of course, it was nothing to Chunzong. After a few probing moves, he killed him. In the sword sharpening token of Sword Sharpening Mountain, Chunzong had experienced a swordsmanship battle like this. After entering Sword Sharpening Mountain, he had fought with the black shadow swordsmanship left behind by the disciples and elders of Sword Sharpening Mountain. In terms of swordsmanship battles, Chunzong was very surprised. Even some level 6 sword emperors might not be as surprised as Chunzong. After getting rid of the white-robed swordsman, Chunzong had passed the first challenge. Then, it was the second challenge. 2 white-robed swordsmen appeared. Their swordsmanship attainments were at the same level as in the first challenge. However, because the 2 of them worked together, the threat was obviously increased. Of course, it was nothing to Chunzong. There were 3 in the third challenge, 4 in the fourth challenge, 5 in the fifth challenge, and so on. The further one went, the more one would appear. However, even though their swordsmanship was at the same level, the more people there were, the more power they could bring when they cooperated with each other. It was not as simple as 1 plus 1. Instead, it was multiplied. It was no wonder that some people could pass the 5th and 10th challenges but could not pass the 20th challenge, not to mention the 33rd challenge. Because Chunzong was very sensitive to one thing. The more people there were, the more amazing their cooperation would be. It was as if they were about to form a sword formation. Chunzong's swordsmanship was superb. It completely surpassed many level 5 sword cultivators, and it was not just a little bit better. The low-level Earth Sword Challenge was really not a challenge for Chunzong. Soon, Chunzong reached the 33rd challenge. 33 white-robed swordsmen holding bright swords appeared one after another. They formed a circle and directly surrounded Chunzong. Lock on. Suppression. Chunzong immediately felt the change in the aura clearly. It has become complete. Chunzong came to a conclusion after observing for a while. Previously, the sword formation formed by the joint efforts of the 32 people felt incomplete. Now, the sword formation formed by the 33 people was complete. The difference between incomplete and complete was only the difference of one person, but there was a different level. The pressure was directly multiplied by several times. Chunzong finally understood why so many people could not pass the 33rd challenge. It was because the pressure of the 33rd challenge was much stronger than that of the 32nd challenge. The gap was too big, at least 3 times. The gap between the 32nd challenge and the 31st challenge was not even double. At most, it was a few percent increase. The gap between a few percent and 3 times was indescribable. But for me, this kind of pressure is still not strong enough. Chunzong suddenly smiled and said to himself. Chapter 2709. The Dominator of the 6 Realms forgot to update again. Outside the Earth Sword Pass, many people had gathered. Some of them were people who were waiting to challenge the Earth Sword Pass, while the others were people who came to watch the show. There was no lack of people who liked to join in the fun. 15 minutes have passed. Why hasn't he come out yet? That was because the previous 4 people had all come out after less than 15 minutes. The longest they had taken was the 13th stage. All of a sudden, a sword light shot up into the sky from the Earth Sword Pass, exploding 1,000 meters in the air. It turned into countless bright sword chi and shot out in all directions, covering 1,000 meters. Even in the daytime, it could be seen clearly. More importantly, it contained a pure sword chi vibration, which covered the sky and earth. A lot of people could see and sense it. What's that? Sword light shooting up into the sky. This. Could it be that someone has passed the first 33 levels? One by one, they looked up at the sword light that was dissipating in the sky. They seemed to have thought of something, and their faces were filled with shock. The disciple guarding the Earth Sword Pass originally had nothing to do. Guarding the Earth Sword Pass was actually a fixed and long-term mission for Taihao Mountain. Anyone could accept it. After that, they would be responsible for guarding the pass for a year. Once the year was up, someone else would take over. However, guarding the Earth Sword Pass was actually quite a boring job. This disciple had been guarding the pass for half a year, but he had yet to meet anyone who could pass the first 33 levels. That was because it was not easy to pass. Even among the disciples of Taihao Mountain, not all of them could pass the first 33 levels. Because of that, anyone who could pass the first 33 levels would have a chance to enter Taihao Mountain and even become a member. 1,000-meter-long sword light shot up into the sky. It meant that someone had passed the first 33 levels of the Earth Sword Pass. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Who is that? His sword skills are so good that he could pass the 33 Heavens sword formation of Taihao Mountain. I've heard that once the complete 33 Heavens sword strike formation of the Taihao Mountain is activated, unless it can be destroyed in an extremely short amount of time, its power will continue to grow, making it increasingly difficult to resist. Inside the Earth Sword Pass, Chunzong, who had passed the 33rd level, indeed had a good understanding of this. If one did not break this sword formation as soon as possible, as it continued to circulate, its power would continue to increase. It would become more and more frightening and more difficult to defend against. Fortunately, Chunzong's swordsmanship was indeed much superior, so he was able to break through the barrier and pass through successfully. Although he had passed the first 33 levels, Chunzong didn't plan to stop there. He continued. Level 34. There was only one opponent on the 34th level, and that was the white-robed man with a sword. However, Chunzong felt a stronger wave of sword chi from his opponent. He also found that the swordsmanship of this white-robed man was much better than that of the previous white-robed men on the 33rd level. That was a very obvious improvement. Among level 4 sword cultivators, he had already reached a rather high level. However, this level of swordsmanship was still not enough for Chunzong. After a few exchanges, Chunzong figured out the foundation of his opponent's swordsmanship and killed him directly. On the 35th level, there were only 2 experts who had mastered this level of swordsmanship. Then, there were 3, 4, and 5 experts in the next level. It was the same as that of the previous 33 levels. However, because their swordsmanship was more than 1 level superior, as the number of people continued to increase, the pressure on Chunzong also increased. The 66th level was the last level of the mid-level Earth Sword Pass. Once again, it was a complete formation set up by 33 swordsmanship experts. It was still the 33 Heavens sword strike formation. However, under the swords of the 33 swordsmanship experts, the power of this sword formation seemed to have been further developed. It became more and more terrifying. The sword pressure was astonishing and oppressive, making Chunzong feel as if his hands and feet were tied. Fight. Chunzong really felt this kind of pressure, and it also made Chunzong feel a sense of excitement. In a one-on-one battle, none of the white-robed men was his opponent. However, when the 33 of them joined forces and set up some kind of sword formation, the power was further enhanced, enough to bring a certain amount of pressure to him. Chunzong was also using this pressure to sharpen his swordsmanship. The boundless swordsmanship, tidal dragon swordsmanship, heart swordsmanship, and world swordsmanship were constantly performed alternately, resisting the frenzied attacks of the 33 swordsmanship experts and counterattacking. The pressure, as the battle continued to increase and become more and more astonishing. The invisible sword pressure from the surroundings also continued to oppress Chunzong, making him feel more and more restrained. The swords of the 33 white-robed men were constantly alternating, one sword after another, wave after wave. It was like an endless tide, constantly stacking up and becoming more and more terrifying. However, in fact, this kind of increase was not really endless. There was also a limit. Otherwise, it would be too amazing. After the increase was about twice the original, it stopped. However, the power under the doubled increase did make Chen Zong feel suffocated. It was very terrifying. The heart swordsmanship attacked, and immediately at the moment of hitting the opponent, it turned into the most powerful world swordsmanship. Under the sword, one of the white-robed men was immediately repelled by half a step. This difference of half a step directly caused the operation of the entire sword formation to have a moment of stagnation. This moment of stagnation was fleeting and difficult to capture. Under normal circumstances, it would not have much impact, but in Chen Zong's perception, it was captured and magnified. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong attacked with his sword. It was the fastest sword in the boundless swordsmanship. As soon as the sword was out, it directly killed one of the white-robed men. With one white-robed man dead, there were 32 left. The sword formation became incomplete, and the terrifying sword pressure also faded, and the pressure suddenly decreased. Kill, kill, kill. One after another, the white-robed men were killed by Chen Zong's sword. The pressure was getting lower and lower, and the difficulty of killing them was getting lower and lower. The speed of killing them was also getting faster and faster. When the last white-robed man was killed by Chen Zong, another beam of sword light shot up into the sky from the Earth Sword Pass. No, it was not just one beam, but one after another. 10 beams of sword light shot up into the sky, exploding in the sky. Each beam of sword light was as dazzling as the fireworks in a flourishing age. Each beam of sword light covered an area of 1,000 meters. The 10 beams of sword light exploded one after another, affecting an area of 10,000 meters. Strands of sword chi were as dazzling as fireworks, sputtering in all directions. The sword chi waves emitted were pure and vigorous. 10 sword lights. What's going on? One by one, they stared at the sword chi fireworks above the Earth Sword Pass, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. The Taihao Mountain disciple guarding the Earth Sword Pass could not help but tremble. He quickly raised his head and stared at the sky. His pupils constricted in an instant, and his heart was overflowing with shock. 10 swords rushing into the sky. This is a phenomenon that can only be caused by passing the first 66 passes. His voice was very soft and almost inaudible, but his voice trembled slightly, showing the shock in his heart. It was too shocking. Among the many fourth realm cultivators of the Taihao Mountain, there were many who could pass the first 33 passes. Only a few people were not able to pass because they had not cultivated for long enough. However, the first 33 passes and the first 66 passes were two completely different levels. In the entire fourth realm of the Taihao Mountain, there were only a few people who could pass the first 66 passes of the Earth Sword Pass. They were the top existences in the fourth realm of the Taihao Mountain. As for those who passed through all 99 stages, there were also some. However, they were even fewer. It was said that it was only because they had passed through it many times and had sufficient understanding and mastery of the 33 heavens sword-striking formation. They knew how to better break through it. Until now, there had never been a sword cultivator who was not from the Taihao Mountain who had passed the 99 passes. Even those who had passed the 66 passes were few and far between. At least in the past 100 years, there had only been 2 cases. Today was the third. Ha 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 ha, this is great news. The disciple guarding the pass was laughing wildly in his heart. He immediately took out a sword token and used it to contact another outer mountain elder of the Taihao Mountain. Originally, according to the rules of the Taihao Mountain, those who had passed the first 33 passes had to report it because it meant that they were qualified to enter the Taihao Mountain. Of course, it was only qualified and not 100% certainty. But now, passing the first 66 passes had a completely different meaning. It was on a completely different level. No matter what, it was almost 100% certain that one could enter the Taihao Mountain and obtain a certain status. Tiger Ji was one of the outer mountain elders of the Taihao Mountain. He was a king-level sword cultivator at the 5th realm. Now, he was guarding the 9th sword city. As usual, after Tiger Ji finished practicing his swordsmanship a few times, he stayed in the pavilion in the back garden. He leisurely tasted fine wine while admiring the brilliance of the blooming flowers. When one's strength reached his level, due to his potential, it was not easy to improve further. Therefore, Tiger Ji was not as aggressive as before. Now, he had the intention of enjoying his old age. As long as he could ensure that his cultivation did not regress and his strength did not regress, it would be fine. Of course, if there was a chance, he also hoped to go further. When he received the message from the disciple guarding the Earth Sword Pass that someone had passed the first 33 passes, he was a little surprised at first. After all, it had been many years since a sword cultivator from the outside had passed the first 33 passes. Immediately, he replied to the disciple and asked him to bring the person who had passed the first 33 passes here. Not long after, the disciple sent another message saying that the sword cultivator from the outside who had passed the 33 passes had passed the 66th pass. This time, Elder Tiger Ji could not sit still. "I want to go there personally." Elder Tiger Ji immediately put down his wine cup and left. There was a huge difference between passing the first 66 passes and passing the first 33 passes. The former was worth him going there personally. The latter was not worth it. He could only come and visit personally. With a flash of sword light, Elder Tiger Ji flew across the sky at an astonishing speed. Soon, he arrived at the Earth Sword Pass and appeared in front of the disciple guarding it. "Elder, that person has not come out yet," the disciple immediately reported. "Well, very good. Then let's wait." Elder Tiger Ji was a little excited. If the person had passed the first 66 passes and still had not come out, didn't that mean that he was still continuing to challenge? Chapter 27:10. Please give Samsara some monthly votes so that he won't always forget to update his manual comical. Outside the Earth Sword Pass, many people had gathered. They were all attracted by the 10 streaks of sword light that shot into the sky. Soon after, the Earth Sword Army was also mobilized. They came over to guard the area and prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder who it is that was able to pass the 66th level. How shocking! After passing the 66th level, as long as there's no problem with his background, it's not a problem for him to become a member of Mount Taihao. If he joins our Earth Sword Army, he'll be able to get a good position. This was the conversation of some Earth Sword soldiers. Mount Taihao had 2 armies, the Earth Sword Army and the Heaven Sword Army. They each had their own duties and were all very strong. More and more people gathered. There were many 4th-level cultivators and 5th-level cultivators. Most of them were sword cultivators. A person who could pass the 66th level was worthy of such attention. Elder Tiger Ji had also arrived. He was waiting outside the Earth Sword Pass for that person to come out. However, that person seemed to be still trying. It was just that no one knew how many levels he could reach before he was defeated. Within the Earth Sword Pass, Chernzong had already passed the 80th level. The Earth Sword Pass was divided into 3 levels: low, middle, and high. The low-level sword techniques were the most average, but they were still better than most 4th-level sword cultivators. The middle-level sword techniques were much better than most 4th-level sword cultivators. As for the high-level sword techniques, Chernzong had already experienced them. They were the top-level sword techniques among 4th-level sword cultivators. It could be said that the high-level sword techniques in the Earth Sword Pass were already at the top of 4th-level sword cultivators. Any higher and they would have to surpass the 4th level to reach the 5th level. Under normal circumstances, this level of sword technique was not as good as Chunzong's in a one-on-one fight. They could easily defeat him. However, when there were more people and they used sword formations to deal with Chunzong, the power of the sword formations increased exponentially. The further he went, the more pressure Chunzong had to endure. It was much stronger than the middle-level sword cultivators. After passing the 80th level, Chunzong had to endure a lot of pressure. However, under such pressure, his sword techniques had also improved. This made Chunzong very happy. Now that his swordsmanship had reached such a level, it was even more difficult for him to improve it further. Especially the heart sword technique and the world sword technique. In terms of power, they were both superstar level techniques, and if they continued to improve, they would be close to moon class techniques. However, the gap between star-level techniques and moon-class techniques was huge, and it wasn't easy to cross it. As such, the heart sword art and the world sword art had almost reached their limit. It was too difficult to improve them further. On the other hand, the boundless swordsmanship and the rising dragon swordsmanship were still inferior to the heart swordsmanship and the world swordsmanship in terms of power. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This Earth Sword Pass was very suitable for Chunzong to temper his boundless sword art and Tide Dragon sword art. Checkpoint 81, Checkpoint 82. Breaking through one level after another, Chunzong's boundless sword art and Rising Dragon sword art were constantly improving. Finally, at the last checkpoint, the 99th checkpoint, 33 masters who had mastered level 4 ultimate swordsmanship instantly set up the 33 Heavens sword strike formation. The terrifying sword pressure instantly filled the air and pressed down. That sword pressure seemed like it was about to condense into a physical form. 33 sword lights appeared in the sky, circling around it. Chunzong suddenly had a feeling that this was the real and complete sword formation. Indeed, Chunzong's feeling wasn't wrong. He hasn't come out after so long. Could it be that he has reached the last checkpoint? Elder Tiger Ji guessed as he waited outside the Earth Sword Pass. It had been more than an hour since he received the news and rushed over. The 99 checkpoints of the Earth Sword have 3 levels, and each level is the 33 Heavens sword strike formation. However, the 33 Heavens sword strike formation in the 33rd checkpoint is only the first level, the Heavenly sword strike formation in the 66th checkpoint is the second level, and the Heavenly sword strike formation in the 99th checkpoint is the third level, which is also the last level, Tiger Ji said to himself. The 33 Heavens sword strike formation was one of the famous sword formations of the Taihao Mountain. Although it wasn't the strongest sword formation, it was very mysterious and difficult to decipher its mysteries. The first level of the Heavenly Sword Strike formation was the simplest, while the third level was the most complicated and the most powerful. Under the combined efforts of 33 masters who had mastered level 4 ultimate swordsmanship, its power was even more terrifying and shocking. Within Taihao Mountain, there were very, very few sword cultivators in the 4th level who had the ability to pass the 99th level. Furthermore, they had failed the Earth Sword level many times and had studied the Sky Attack Sword Matrix before finally passing it. Since ancient times, no foreign swordsman had ever been able to pass the 99th checkpoint. In fact, very few had even made it to the 99th checkpoint. Within the 99th checkpoint, Chunzong fully experienced the shocking power of the complete 33 Heavens sword strike formation. The sword pressure made Chunzong feel like he was suffocating. Even a level 5 sword cultivator would not fare much better than Chunzong if their cultivation and power were restricted, and they could only use sword techniques, let alone a level 4 sword cultivator like him. They might even fare worse than Chunzong. After all, Chunzong's mastery of swordsmanship had already surpassed level 4. Even some level 5 swordsmen couldn't compare to him. Pressure. The shocking pressure not only made Chunzong suffocate, but it also almost made Chunzong collapse. It was too terrifying. Under such pressure, his muscles and bones felt like they were about to be crushed. The sword pressure reached the depths of his soul. However, Chunzong didn't give up. As long as he wasn't directly crushed, he could hold on. He sharpened himself under the pressure and stimulated his potential bit by bit. Under the heavy pressure, he tried his best to improve himself. Thanks to the Space Dao seal that had been condensed to the greater success stage, coupled with his amazing swordsmanship foundation, Chunzong's Rising Dragon sword technique improved by leaps and bounds under the heavy pressure. It finally reached the level of the heart swordsmanship and the world sword technique. Every sword could erupt with the power of a supreme star-level technique. In addition to the direct power, there was also the astonishing dominance that belonged to the Rising Dragon sword technique. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chunzong didn't let go of the opportunity to improve his boundless sword technique. The swordsmanship used by the white-robed man in the Earth Sword Pass was the Great Path sword technique of the Taihao Mountain. Chunzong also saw through its mysteries in the repeated clashes. Unfortunately, the Time Dao seal was only at the entry level. Therefore, it was more difficult to improve and the progress was slower. It couldn't be compared to the Rising Dragon sword technique. The astonishing pressure came one after another. Chunzong could no longer see the 33 white-robed men. All he could see was one sword light after another. At first, there were only 33, then it became 66, and finally, there were 99. Each of the 99 sword lights had extremely terrifying power. They were at the level of the top level 4 swordsmanship. It was as if Chunzong was facing 99 experts who had mastered the top level 4 swordsmanship at the same time. The attacks were endless and as fast as meteors falling from the sky with a vigorous and sharp power. It was extremely shocking. This was the true face of the 33 Heavens sword formation. Chunzong felt like a fish that had been thrown onto the shore and was about to dry up. Difficult, uncomfortable, indescribable. However, Chunzong's self-improvement that had been cultivated since he was a child allowed him to continue to persevere. He wanted to fully comprehend this Great Path sword technique. As long as he fully comprehended the Great Path sword technique used by his opponents and grasped its mystery, he might be able to start from there and break the sword formation. As long as he killed one of them, the sword formation would be incomplete and its power would be greatly reduced. Finally, Chunzong also deciphered the mystery of this Great Path sword technique and took the risk. After all, his cultivation was limited here. His physical strength was great, but it wasn't endless. He had already used up a lot of it. If he used up all of it, he wouldn't be able to fight anymore. No matter what, he had to break through this stage. Chunzong had thought it through very clearly. He would do his best to break through. It would be best if he could break through all the sword stages. Then, he would definitely be valued more by Taihao Mountain. This was because if he wanted to stand in front of that sword saint and gain his favor, he had to be capable enough. At the cost of having one of his arms pierced, Chunzong unleashed an extremely powerful sword attack and killed a white-robed man. As the white-robed man was killed, a flaw appeared in the 33 Heavens sword formation. If there was a flaw, it meant that there was an opportunity, an extremely great opportunity. Kill. Chunzong attacked again, struck, and killed. The second one was killed, the third one was killed, and the fourth one was killed. As the white-robed men were killed one by one, the pressure on Chunzong was also sharply reduced. In the end, the 33rd white-robed man died under Chunzong's sword. However, Chunzong's left arm was dripping with blood, and there were several sword wounds on his body that dyed his robe red. He was injured, but he still made it through. Outside the Earth Sword stage, 100 beams of sword light continuously shot into the sky and exploded 1,000 meters in the air. This directly alarmed the entire 9th Sword City. 100 soaring swords. Under the Earth Sword stage, The guarding disciple and Elder Tiger Ji were dumbfounded and completely lost. As for the others, they were first shocked, then confused, and even puzzled. He made it through. He actually made it through. Elder Tiger Ji's entire body was like a wooden man. He didn't move at all, but his heart was like a raging tide. He was inexplicably shocked. A non-disciple of Taihao Mountain, a foreign sword cultivator, actually made it through the Earth Sword stage on his first try. There was a record of the Sword Pavilion, so whether it was his first time or not could be checked. While they were waiting, Elder Tiger Ji was curious and checked it out. The result was very surprising to him. Now, not only did this person make it through the 66th stage, but he also made it through the 99th stage. Elder Tiger Ji felt his heart trembling. This time, he was going to recommend an amazing person to Taihao Mountain. The entrance to the Earth Sword Pass opened, and a figure appeared within. The figure gradually became clearer, and many gazes turned over, locking onto the figure that had become clearer. He's so young. Although he looks young, he might not be young. No, based on my experience, this person's age is not that old. At least, he belongs to the younger generation. I don't know where this sword cultivator came from, but he actually made it through the 99th stage. It's simply unimaginable. They already knew the significance of 100 beams of sword light shooting into the sky. Chapter 27:11. Everyone in the 9th Sword City was talking about the sword cultivator who had passed the 99 stages of the Earth Sword. They were trying to find out more about him. However, Chernzong had come from the Trade Winds Tower in the Myriad Yuan territory, and the Myriad Yuan territory was separated by a total of 3 territories. It was incomparably far away, and unless one took the initiative to ask Chernzong, and if Chernzong was willing to tell them, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to gather information in a short period of time. After all, the distance was too great. Chernzong was immediately invited by Elder Tiger Ji as soon as he walked out of the Earth Sword Pass. He did not go to Elder Tiger Ji's residence in the 9th Sword City, but set off directly for Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was surrounded by 12 sword cities. Taihao Mountain was at the center of the 12 sword cities. It looked like a mountain that seemed to be endlessly high. Elder Tiger Ji was driving the space-crossing divine boat. Chernzong and Elder Tiger Ji were on the divine boat. Let me tell you about the structure of Taihao Mountain. Elder Tiger Ji first asked Chernzong for some simple information, then told Chernzong. Chernzong was all ears. Taihao Mountain is a general name. There are 3 halls, namely the Main Hall, the Senior Statesman Hall, and the Heavenly Punishment Hall. The Main Hall is where the Lord of Taihao Mountain resides. The Senior Statesman Hall is where the 9 senior statesmen reside. The Heavenly Punishment Hall is where the punishment of the entire Taihao Mountain is carried out. The 36 peaks are divided into the 4 main peaks, the 8 main peaks, and the 24 subsidiary peaks. Each peak has its own inheritance, and there are many sword principal experts in each peak. If each peak was placed in the outside world, it would be equivalent to an emperor-level force. In addition, there are 8 academies that are independent of the 36 peak. They each have their own duties. For example, the Divine Elixir Academy is in charge of refining elixirs, the Divine Weapon Academy is in charge of refining divine weapons, the Divine Skill Academy is in charge of researching divine skills, and the Divine Formation Academy is in charge of formations. In terms of strength, they are not inferior to the 36 peak. The 19 secret realms form a world of their own, each with its own mysteries. 72 cave abodes, each of which represents a powerful emperor-level sword Dao expert. Elder Tiger Ji explained to Chernzong one by one. In fact, Tianhe had mentioned this before, but it was only a brief mention. It was not as detailed as Elder Tiger Ji. Chernzong listened very carefully and was even more surprised. Taihao Mountain was actually so powerful. 36 peaks, 8 great academies, 19 secret realms, 72 caves. Although Elder Tiger Ji didn't explain the mystery of it in detail, just hearing the way he addressed him was enough to give him a very shocking feeling. There were 36 peaks, and each peak was equivalent to an imperial level force. In other words, Taihao Mountain seemed to be made up of 36 imperial level forces. No, the 36 peaks were only a part of it. The 8 great schools each had their own duties, and their overall strength was not inferior to the 36 peaks, which meant that they were not inferior to imperial-level forces. 36 plus 8 meant that there were 44 emperor-level forces. There were also others, such as the so-called 72 cave abodes, each of which was owned by a Jiendi-level expert. Look at the Trade Wind Tower. It was powerful, wasn't it? Yes, the Trade Wind Tower was indeed very powerful. It was an Emperor-level force. A complete Trade Wind Tower had 2 Emperor-level experts. Of course, among the many Emperor-level forces, the Trade Wind Tower could only be considered average. Some powerful Emperor-level forces even had more than 10 Emperor-level experts. Those were the most tyrannical Emperor-level forces in the universe. However, even such a force was indescribable when compared to Taihao Mountain. There were more than 100 Emperor-level experts in Taihao Mountain. More than 100 Emperor-level experts. Just thinking about it made Chen Zong tremble. It was too shocking. Was this the strength of the Sword Dao Holy Land, Taihao Mountain? If there were so many Emperor-level experts, then what about Emperor-level experts? Wouldn't there be many times more? As for King-level experts, there was no need to talk about them. As for Fourth Realm monarchs, it was indescribable. His heart trembled. But at the same time, Chen Zong felt an indescribable excitement. Was this the strength of a holy land? Indeed, it was very attractive. Thinking about it, Chen Zong thought of Sword Grinding Mountain. Sword Grinding Mountain was also a famous holy land of Sword Dao millions of years ago. How did it compare to Taihao Mountain? Although Chen Zong had obtained the various legacies of the Sword Sharpening Mountain, he still knew little about the Sword Sharpening Mountain. After all, everything that he had seen when he entered the Sword Sharpening Mountain with his consciousness was not complete. He could not represent the entire Sword Sharpening Mountain. Now, Chen Zong was more and more interested in Sword Grinding Mountain. In any case, he had received the inheritance, so it was always good to know more about it. He hoped that there were books and records about Sword Grinding Mountain in Taihao Mountain. I am an elder of the outer mountain of Tianguang Peak, one of the 24 peaks. My current task is to guard the 9th Sword City and guide the sword practitioners who can pass the Earth Sword test. Elder Tiger Ji explained some information about Taihao Mountain to Chen Zong, then said, "Generally speaking, foreign sword practitioners who pass the 33 tests of the Earth Sword have only one choice if they want to join Taihao Mountain, and that is to join the Earth Sword Army and help guard the 12 sword cities. Generally, they have to guard for more than 10 years before they are qualified to receive the basic cultivation resources of Taihao Mountain. The longer you guard, the more cultivation resources you will receive in the end." Chen Zong listened quietly. This was undoubtedly the lowest level of treatment, but for many people it was also a good opportunity. After all, Taihao Mountain's strength was too strong, at least 10 times stronger than those Emperor-level forces. That kind of strength was not limited to the number of Emperor-level and Emperor-level masters. No matter how strong the Emperor-level forces were, they couldn't compare to the Holy Land because the Holy Land had a saint. The power of a saint could suppress the universe. A saint could easily destroy a force with several Emperor-level masters. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, without any resistance. No matter how strong the Emperor-level forces were, they were nothing in front of a saint. The reason why the Holy Land was called a Holy Land was because it had a saint. Without a saint, even if it had the resources of a Holy Land, it would decline over time and eventually be demoted. If you pass the 66th test, you will have more choices, Elder Tigerji said. Passing the 33rd test represented one level, while passing the 66th test represented another level. There was a huge difference between the two levels. Therefore, passing the 33rd test would only give you the most ordinary treatment of Taihao Mountain. You would first become a member of the Earth Sword Army, then slowly accumulate merits and receive the resources of Taihao Mountain. However, after passing the 66th stage, one would have a different choice. If one were to join the Earth Sword Army, they would be able to obtain a certain status within the army. With this status, not only would they be able to command the Earth Sword soldiers, they would also be able to enjoy the cultivation resources of Mount Taihao even faster. The other choice was to truly become a disciple of Taihao Mountain. The 36 peaks or the 8 great academies, of course, because they weren't recruited from the very beginning, but were fourth realm cultivators who already had their own legacies. It wasn't that easy to formally enter the Taihao Mountain. They had to go through a lot of investigation, and if the investigation didn't pass, then they could only join the Earth Sword Army or not join the Taihao Mountain. However, there was another way, and that was to become a disciple of Taihao Mountain or a sword guard of a master. As for now, Chunzong had passed the 99th test, the Earth Sword test. This result was extremely shocking for a foreign sword cultivator. The disciples of Taihao Mountain are divided into 4 levels, Elder Tigerji said. From lowest to highest, they are the sworn sword disciples, the observant sword disciples, the sword-wielding disciples, and the sword-way saint. The sworn sword disciples, the observant sword disciples, and the sword-wielding disciples belong to the 36 peaks. The sword-way saint belongs to the entire Taihao Mountain. Their strength and status are completely different. Those who have passed the 66th test and choose to become a disciple of Taihao Mountain are the sworn sword disciples. However, you have passed the 99th test. Logically speaking, there is hope for you to become an observant sword disciple, but you need to fight for it, Elder Tigerji said. The sworn sword disciples were at the level of Tian He and Bai. In the system of Taihao Mountain, they were the most basic existence apart from the Earth Sword Army. To put it bluntly, the people of the Earth Sword Army were at the level of preparatory disciples. However, no matter how basic a sworn sword disciple was, they were still official disciples of Taihao Mountain. If they were observant sword disciples, then they were one level higher than sworn sword disciples. The treatment they could enjoy was naturally one level higher. The speed of the space-crossing divine boat was very fast. It was the speed of a 5th realm king. However, it was not easy to reach Taihao Mountain. It would take some time. Suddenly, a sword light flew from the side and blocked the front of the space-crossing divine boat. Sword chi exploded and turned into a sword screen that rippled like water, blocking the space-crossing divine boat. Elder Tigerji also controlled the space-crossing divine boat to stop at the critical moment. Otherwise, it would have crashed into the screen. Damn it! Who dares to stop me? Elder Tigerji was furious after stopping the space-crossing divine boat. No one would be happy if they were in such a situation. However, this place was close to Taihao Mountain. Only people from Taihao Mountain would dare to act recklessly here. Tigerji, it's not a good habit to eat alone. The ripple-like sword curtain dispersed. An old man wearing a blue robe was standing in front of the space-crossing divine ship. He was holding a blue sword that was like water. There was a smile on his face and his eyes were slightly squinted. He looked very kind, but it gave Chunzong the feeling that he was smiling while wearing a mask. The elder squinted his eyes and looked at Chunzong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chunzong. You must be Chunzong, the one who passed the 99 stages of the Earth Sword. Nice to meet you. I am Chao He, the outer mountain elder of Gulan Peak. The elder in blue robe said with a smile, ignoring Elder Tigerji. Gulan Peak is one of the 8 righteous peaks. It is stronger than Tianguang Peak. It is more suitable for a genius swordsman like you to join. What a joke. Chunzong passed the sword stage in the 9th Sword City. That is under my jurisdiction. Elder Tiger Ji's expression changed as he argued. He had no choice. This old man Chao, he was here to compete for Chunzong. It was not an easy task to pass the 99th test. Such a heavenly talent would of course join Tianguang Peak. The 36 peaks belonged to Taihao Mountain, but they all had their own independent inheritance. Naturally, there was a competitive relationship between them. Chapter 27:12. In the sky, the elder in a blue robe, Chao He, intercepted Tiger Ji's space-crossing divine boat to compete for Chunzong. Tiger Ji, you're wrong. Although Chunzong passed the Earth Sword test in the 9th Sword City, it doesn't mean he has to join Tianguang Peak. Chao He said with a smile, as if he wasn't angered by Tiger Ji's words at all. Then, he looked at Chunzong and said, "It's Chunzong's freedom to go wherever he wants to go. However, people always strive to go higher. Gulan Peak is one of the main peaks, and Tianguang Peak is only one of the subsidiary peaks. They're not the same." Chunzong didn't know why, but when he looked at the old man, although he was smiling, he felt uncomfortable. It was as if he was a smiling tiger, the kind that didn't smile at all. This time, Tiger Ji opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. No matter what kind of person Chao he was, at least what he said was correct. The choice was Chunzong's. Chunzong passed the Earth Sword test in the 9th Sword City, but it didn't mean he had to join Tianguang Peak. There was no such rule, so it all depended on Chunzong's choice. Of course, no matter what choice Chunzong made, he couldn't avoid the fact that he had to go through an investigation by Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain didn't want to recruit someone with an unknown background. It was possible that he was someone who coveted Taihao Mountain and tried to sabotage it. If they weren't careful enough, Taihao Mountain wouldn't have become a holy land and survived until now. The investigation was very detailed, and only after ensuring there were no mistakes would they be recorded. Otherwise, no matter how talented the person was, they would rather not have him. This was the principle of Taihao Mountain. 1 or 2 less top heavenly suns didn't make any difference to Taihao Mountain. Come on, come to Gulan Peak. Tianguang Peak is nothing, Chao he continued, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Chunzong, the main peak is indeed better than Ji Peak in terms of overall resources. Tiger Ji finally opened his mouth again, his expression grave. It's okay if you don't want to join Tianguang Peak, but I don't recommend you to join Gulan Peak. If you want, I can go there and recommend you to join one of the 4 main peaks, the ultimate sword peak. When Tiger Ji's words left his mouth, Chunzong caught a flash of cold light in Chao He's narrowed eyes. However, it was just a flash, like an illusion. Tiger Ji, the ultimate sword peak is one of the 4 main peaks. Do you think that with your status and ability, you can let Chunzong enter? What a big joke. Chao He still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of reproach in his tone. Then he looked at Chunzong and said, "Chunzong, don't listen to his nonsense. The ultimate sword peak is one of the 4 main peaks, and it's not that easy to enter. Tiger Ji merely tricked you into entering Tianguang Peak." "Chao He, I'm not as scheming as you," Tiger Ji said angrily. Chao He seemed to smile coldly, and he had no intention of refuting Tiger Ji. It was an attitude of disregard. "Chunzong, you should already know how to choose," Chao He said to Chunzong with a smile. "Don't make the wrong choice and regret it." No matter how Chunzong listened, he felt that Chao He's words had a hint of threat. Thus, the choice was very clear. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but you can't go back on your words. I've already promised Elder Tiger Ji," Chunzong said calmly after cupping his hands in front of Chao He. "Oh, are you sure you won't change your mind?" Chao He's eyes flashed with cold light as he asked again. His tone seemed to be less cheerful and more solemn. Chen Zong didn't answer, but his eyes were firm and sharp. Humph, you're on your own. Chao He snorted coldly, and the smile on his face finally disappeared. Instead, a hint of ferocious intent flashed across his face. He snorted angrily, as if he had left a ruthless remark, and turned to leave. Here, he could intercept Tiger Ji's space-crossing divine boat, but he couldn't really do it. Otherwise, he would be violating the rules of Taihao Mountain, and the meaning would be different. Moreover, Tiger Ji's strength was not weak, at least not weaker than him. However, a mere sword practitioner from outside dared to refuse his sincere invitation. Since he didn't give him face, he would suffer in the future. Even if he passed the Earth Sword barrier, it was only a part of it, and it didn't represent his true strength. It was true that his swordsmanship was excellent, but in the end, it still depended on his strength. Only powerful strength was everything. He was just an outsider with no background. Even if he was lucky enough to become a disciple of Taihao Mountain, he couldn't compare with those aristocratic families with a long history. Chenzong, when you arrive at Tianguang Peak, you should settle down first. I will try my best to help you enter the ultimate sword peak, Elder Tiger Ji said to Chenzong in a serious tone. Elder, how confident am I to enter the ultimate sword peak? Chenzong asked in return. This. Elder Tiger Ji paused, and then smiled bitterly. I don't know, but I have a friend in the ultimate sword peak. If I report your situation to him, and ask him to help, it's still possible. Thank you, Elder. If it doesn't work, I'll just stay at Tianguang Peak, Chenzong said. Perhaps the ultimate sword peak was one of the main peaks, stronger than Tianguang Peak and more profound. However, Tianguang Peak itself was not weak, and it also had its own independent inheritance. Speaking of which, Chenzong got the Fiend God Sword Manual of Sword Grinding Mountain. He felt that the inheritance was very brilliant, and it shouldn't be weaker than the inheritance of Taihao Mountain. It was because the Fiend God Sword body cultivated to the extreme by the 4 levels of the Fiend God Sword Manual should not be inferior to the innate divine body. The innate divine body was the top physique in the universe. Of course, another important point was that Chenzong heard the lack of confidence in Elder Tiger Ji's words. In other words, Elder Tiger Ji actually didn't have much confidence that he could enter the ultimate sword peak, but he could try his best. However, trying hard meant that he had to pay a price. Of course, it would be good if he could enter the ultimate sword peak. Everything depended on the result of Elder Tiger Ji's efforts. If it worked, he would enter the ultimate sword peak. If not, he would stay at Tianguang Peak. Don't worry, I'll try my best to fight for you. Elder Tiger Ji smiled. In fact, he didn't have a special relationship with Chenzong, and they just met. However, Chenzong passed the Earth Sword Pass in the 9th Sword City, and Elder Tiger Ji happened to be guarding the 9th Sword City. It was a coincidence. In addition to their personalities, Elder Tiger Ji valued Chenzong very much and wanted to help him, so he was willing to do so. While talking, the space-crossing divine boat kept flying toward Taihao Mountain, and finally arrived outside Taihao Mountain. Taihao Mountain was a huge mountain. At first glance, it seemed that there was no end in sight. It couldn't be described with the word lofty. Chenzong saw huge sword lights circling around like real dragons in the sky, and they emitted an endless sharp aura. They were so sharp that they seemed to be able to tear and penetrate everything. Every sword light contained an extreme mystery. Chenzong saw a Tenjiang-long sword light fly past the side of the space-crossing divine boat. In the sword light, he seemed to see a swordsman waving a long sword and performing a seemingly simple but actually profound swordsmanship. When Chenzong looked at it with rapt attention, the sword light had already whizzed far away and disappeared. Within each huge sword light, there was a figure practicing swordsmanship. The sword light crisscrossed, sweeping everything in its path. Passing through the streaks of sword light, the space-crossing divine vessel truly flew into the Taihao Mountains. It was as if a mysterious veil of a new world had been unveiled before his eyes. Mountains that resembled giant swords pointing at the sky appeared before his eyes. They were majestic and majestic. The impact was unparalleled, causing Chen Zong's mind to tremble. Soon after, Elder Tiger Ji drove the space-crossing divine boat to Tianguang Peak, one of the 24 peaks of the 36 Peak. As an elder of the external mountains, Tiger Ji had a certain status on Tianguang Peak. His status wasn't very high, but it wasn't low either. Soon, he arranged a place for Chen Zong to stay. According to the normal procedure, Elder Tiger Ji should take Chen Zong to see the elders of the internal mountains and ask about Chen Zong's background. Then, the people of Taihao Mountain would investigate him. After the investigation, Chen Zong would be accepted into Taihao Mountain and become a member. However, Elder Tiger Ji promised Chen Zong to recommend Chen Zong to the Ultimate Sword Peak and try his best to let Chen Zong enter the Ultimate Sword Peak and become a disciple of the Ultimate Sword Peak. Therefore, he arranged for Chen Zong to stay in his mansion before he went to find his friend on the Ultimate Sword Peak. In addition to Elder Tiger Ji, there were other people in Elder Tiger Ji's mansion. They were all Elder Tiger Ji's servants who were responsible for the management of the mansion. Although they were curious about Chen Zong's identity, they didn't inquire about it. They couldn't inquire about it. Staying in the mansion, Chen Zong felt the aura here. The aura of sword principle was very strong. It would be more beneficial to practice swordsmanship in such a place. It felt as if the air was filled with the aura of sword principle. It could effectively help one's comprehension and mastery of swordsmanship and swordsmanship. It was an invisible help. It's really a good place to practice sword. Chen Zong took a deep breath and couldn't help but whisper to himself. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. The boundless world sword was unsheathed in an instant and stabbed out. Practice sword. Practice sword. It was the basic sword, not the sword of the Great Path. The secret of the sword of the Great Path was its power. It was constantly improving its power. The secondary was the technique. The basic sword was not outstanding in terms of power. What it was really good at was the technique. There was no end to swordsmanship. It didn't only refer to the sword of the Great Path. It was the same for the basic sword. As long as one was willing to practice and put in the effort to practice, one could continue to improve and become more and more powerful. Of course, the further one progressed, the more difficult it was to improve. However, Chen Zong wouldn't give up just because it was difficult to improve. He still practiced from time to time. Even if he couldn't improve directly, he could maintain it and continue to accumulate. Eventually, he would reach a higher level. Chen Zong was practicing his sword while waiting for news from Elder Tiger Ji. If possible, he was very willing to join the Ultimate Sword Peak. After all, it was one of the 4 main peaks of Taihao Mountain. Chapter 27:13. Young lads, you have to take the initiative to vote for this monthly vote. Vote more. In Elder Tiger Ji's mansion, Chen Zong practiced the basic swordsmanship over and over again. He used all his heart to comprehend each stroke. He comprehended it from all directions, combined it with each other, and verified it with each other. They collided in the verification and then improved. Apex X-23 US. After some time, Elder Tiger Ji also returned, but his expression was not good. Sorry. When he saw Chen Zong, Elder Tiger Ji said to Chen Zong apologetically, "When I arrived at the Ultimate Sword Peak, I met my friend and told him about your situation. I hoped that he could recommend you." Chen Zong listened quietly. But that old thing Chow, he interfered. He used the aristocratic family behind him to threaten my friend, so he did not dare to agree to recommend you. As Tiger Ji spoke, His anger soared and his face was full of anger. Originally, through the recommendation of his friend at the Ultimate Sword Peak, there was indeed hope for Chen Zong to join the Ultimate Sword Peak. Although the chances were not very high, there was still a little hope. Unfortunately, that old thing Chao He arrived one step ahead of him and threatened him. Of course, if it was only Chao He himself, his friend would not be afraid at all and could directly ignore him. But unfortunately, Chao He's background was not ordinary, or the power behind him was not ordinary. Tiger Ji's friend was only an outer mountain elder in the Ultimate Sword Peak. He did not have much power and status, nor did he have a powerful backer. As such, he naturally did not dare to offend the power behind Chao He and could only helplessly refuse Tiger Ji. After all, his friendship with Tiger Ji could only be considered okay, and not to such a deep extent. Let it go. Tiger Ji could only let it go. It could not be helped. An outer mountain elder without any power behind him did indeed have a good status for ordinary disciples, but that was all. Elder Tiger Ji, what is the origin of Chao He? Chen Zong could not help but ask. Chen Zong, there are other forces within the 3 palaces, 8 academies, and the 36 peaks of Taihao Mountain. They were all established by members of Taihao Mountain. Elder Tiger Ji pondered for a moment before organizing his words. Within the Taihao Mountains, there are 3 aristocratic families and 7 noble families. They are collectively known as the 10 aristocratic families. The 10 aristocratic families occupy 3 of the 4 main peaks and 7 of the 8 main peaks. Within the 3 aristocratic families and 7 noble families, there are Jiendi experts, as well as many sword kings and sword kings. They are extremely powerful. In the outside world, they would definitely be an emperor-level force. Hearing that, Chen Zong was even more surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such an existence in Taihao Mountain. But then again, Taihao Mountain was so powerful and had been passed down for so many years. It was normal for there to be cliques and factions. In fact, if one were to think of Taihao Mountain as a country, then the 3 great halls, the 36 peaks, the 8 great academies, and so on would be equivalent to the cities within the country. Naturally, there would be some clans and factions within the cities, just like the 3 aristocratic families and the 7 great clans. Apart from the 10 aristocratic families, there is another force that is not inferior to them. It is called the Blood Union. Elder Tiger Ji said, whether it is the 3 aristocratic families or the 7 noble families, they are all members of the same clan. They are all related by blood, generation after generation. Of course, there are also some who do not have the blood of the aristocratic families. They are recruited from outside as sword guards or other method. As for the Blood Union, it was created by experts who were not from the aristocratic families. According to the outside world, it should be like an alliance of independent cultivators, said Elder Tiger Ji. That old bastard Chao He belongs to the Blue Sea clan, one of the 7 noble families. The people of this clan are born with the power of the Blue Sea bloodline. The inheritance of the ancient wave peak is compatible with their bloodline power, so the strength of the Blue Sea clan is stronger than those of the same level. Elder Tiger Ji said in a serious tone, you rejected Chao He's recruitment. That old bastard Chao He is so narrow-minded that he must hate you. That's why he came out to threaten my friend, preventing you from joining the Ultimate Sword Peak. Not only that, but he will also target you in the future. Now you only have 2 choices. The first is not to join the Taihao Mountain, but to leave immediately and go as far as you can as quickly as possible. In this way, that old bastard Chao He can't target you. Elder Tiger Ji said in a serious tone, the other choice is to join the Tianguang Peak. Although the Tianguang Peak is one of the 24 peaks, its foundation may not be as strong as the ancient Wave Peak, but it's not that weak either. Of course, if that's the case, I can't guarantee that you won't be in danger under the attack of that old bastard Chao He. However, you must pass the examination before you can be considered a true disciple of the Tianguang Peak. Otherwise, even if something happens to you, Tianguang Peak won't help you. How to choose? First, he could leave as soon as possible before he made his move. Second, he could stay and become a member of the Tianguang Peak. However, he still needed to go through the examination, and it would take time. During this time, Chenzong couldn't be considered a member of the Tianguang Peak. I choose to stay, Chenzong said without hesitation. Although he didn't know the situation before, there was no reason for him to leave now that he was here. As long as he was strong enough, he could resist all the threats from the outside world. He didn't need to think too much. Since he was here, he should stay. There was no problem with his background, and he could withstand the investigation. It was only a matter of time before he joined the Tianguang Peak. If that's the case, then come with me to see the Elder of the Inner Mountain. His name is He Lu, Elder Tigerji said, and immediately left the mansion with Chenzong. Tigerji wasn't the only elder of the outer mountain of the Tianguang Peak, and He Lu wasn't the only elder of the inner mountain. However, the elders of the inner mountain represented the true face of the peak, and they had more strength, status, and power than the elders of the outer mountain, so they could make more decisions. Soon, under the guidance of Elder Tigerji, Chenzong met the elder of the inner mountain, He Lu. He was a middle-aged man with a cold and solemn face, and he gave off a powerful energy just by sitting there. It was very shocking, much more powerful than Tigerji's. Elder He Lu's gaze moved from Elder Tigerji to Chenzong, and he immediately gave Chenzong an indescribable pressure. Tigerji, is he the one who passed the Earth Sword test? Elder He Lu asked, his voice containing an indescribable and shocking power. Tigerji's expression changed, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Normally, he should have come to find the elder of the inner mountain immediately after bringing Chenzong back, but he went to the ultimate sword peak first. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden at all. Elder He Lu, this is Chenzong. He passed the 99 Earth Sword tests, and now he wants to join our Tianguang Peak, Elder Tigerji said seriously after adjusting his expression. Really? Don't you mind that Tianguang Peak is a branch peak? The main peak is better, Elder He Lu said again, with a hint of mockery or sarcasm. Elder He Lu, Chenzong passed the 99 tests, and his swordsmanship is extraordinary. Joining our Tianguang Peak is a good thing for Tianguang Peak. Elder Tigerji had no choice but to play dumb. Join Tianguang Peak? Elder He Lu tapped the back of the chair with his fingers, and a soft, rhythmic sound rang out, with an indescribable sense of dullness. Yes, but he can only be a sword disciple, and he needs to pass a test. Elder He Lu, with Chenzong's extraordinary swordsmanship, he should be able to become a sword disciple, Elder Tigerji argued. You can either become a sword disciple, join the Earth Sword Army, or leave, Elder He Lu said coldly. Being a sword disciple is pretty good, Chenzong said with a smile. It was obvious that Elder He Lu was angry. Why was he angry? Because in the beginning, Chenzong didn't choose Tianguang Peak directly, but tried to enter the ultimate sword peak. This was undoubtedly a very normal thing to do, but Elder He Lu seemed to have violated his taboo, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he didn't give Chenzong a chance to enter. Now, report your background. It must be detailed enough to save time for the test. Elder He Lu said after taking a deep look at Chenzong, and his expression and tone seemed to have softened a bit. My name is Chenzong, and I came from the third sequence void under the 9 heavens imperial court. Chenzong didn't hide anything, and told Elder He Lu about his background and other information. Of course, it wasn't appropriate to tell him about the inheritance he had received. The 9 heavens imperial court, the Xinfeng brothel, and so on. Now, he had come to Taihao Mountain, and Chenzong told Elder He Lu everything he could. Very good. Go back and wait for the news. There will be a result in 3 months at least, and a year at most, Elder He Lu said with a wave of his hand. Then, Elder Tiger Ji left with Chen Zong. Such detailed information can't be fake, Elder He Lu muttered to himself. Elder He Lu muttered to himself in a low voice, but according to the rules, it still needs to be examined. Only by passing the examination will it be allowed. I'm really sorry, Elder Tiger Ji said to Chen Zong with a bitter smile. He had no choice, as he didn't have enough power. If he was an elder of the Inner Mountain, he wouldn't have to ask Elder He Lu for help. He could make the decision himself and fight for Chen Zong to be a sword disciple. It's okay to be an elder. As long as I'm good enough, even if I start as a sword disciple, I can be promoted to a sword disciple or even a sword disciple, Chen Zong said with a smile. To forge iron, one must be strong. If one wasn't strong enough, even if one became a sword disciple, it would be a joke. Well, if there's nothing else, why don't you come with me to the 9th Sword City and wait for the test? Elder Tiger Ji said. Thank you, Elder. I have nowhere to go at the moment, but I'll leave in about 3 months. I'll come back then, Chen Zong said with a smile. After returning to Elder Tiger Ji's residence, Elder Tiger Ji left Taihao Mountain with Chen Zong and went to the 9th Sword City. At present, Elder Tiger Ji's task of guarding the 9th Sword City hadn't ended, and there were still more than 10 years to go. In this way, Chen Zong stayed in Elder Tiger Ji's temporary residence in the 9th Sword City, cultivating while waiting for time to pass. After 3 months, he would go with Qian Qiu and the others to explore the secret place with space power. Chapter 27:14. For the next 3 months, Chen Zong stayed in Elder Tiger Ji's temporary residence to cultivate Holy Demon Sword Technique, Basic Sword Technique, Great Path Sword Technique, Great Path Unique Skill, 5 Great Paths. Everything that he had mastered was in the process of comprehension, cultivation, and improvement. However, 3 months was too short. Hence, Chen Zong's cultivation and Dao Seal were still at the Great Achievement realm. His time Dao Seal was still at the beginner level. Although he did not break through, Chen Zong's strength still improved after 3 months of cultivation. After 3 months of peace, Chen Zong stepped out of the residence and went to meet up with Qian Qiu. Brother Chen, you're here. Qian Qiu had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Chen Zong, he heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Chen Zong smiled and nodded. Brother Chen, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Ming Jie, Qian Qiu said to Chen Zong as he pointed at another sword cultivator. That person nodded at Chen Zong as a greeting. Ming Jie, this is Chen Zong. He specializes in the space Dao, Qian Qiu said to Ming Jie. You're the one who passed the Earth Sword stage? Ming Jie's tone was cold. If there's no one else, it should be me, Chen Zong replied calmly. Then, he looked at Qian Qiu and asked, Shall we leave now? Wait a moment. Ming Jie invited another person but he hasn't arrived yet, Qian Qiu said immediately. Said Qian Qiu. Chen Zong nodded and waited. He was using the Heart Sutra. Time passed slowly. Half a day had passed but that person still had not arrived. Ming Jie, are you sure you didn't say the wrong time? Qian Qiu asked. No, he might be delayed by something. Let's wait for a while, Ming Jie said. Okay, let's wait for another half a day. If he doesn't come, we won't wait anymore, Qian Qiu said seriously. Chen Zong did not say anything. Half a day. Let's wait for another half a day. After half a day, that person still had not arrived. We're not waiting anymore. Let's go. Qian Qiu was a little annoyed. Wasn't this a little too lacking in concept of time? Let's wait a little longer. Ming Jie said, that person is a participating disciple of the Taihao Mountain. Hearing this, Qian Qiu's expression suddenly changed, but he could only suppress it. The status of a participating disciple of Taihao Mountain was not ordinary. If they were only sworn disciples, perhaps they would not pay so much attention to them. However, they had no choice but to pay attention to a participating disciple. Their significance was different. He had no choice but to continue waiting patiently. Another period of time passed. Finally, two sharp auras rapidly approached each other. One of the auras was not only sharp, but also contained a trace of aura that was like the waves of a tide. Here it comes. Chen Zong's eyes opened slightly, revealing a clear light that was like water. Then, Qianqiu and Mingjie felt it. You're finally here. Come on. Not long after, two figures appeared in front of everyone. I'm not late, am I? The person in the lead was a young man in a blue robe. There were lines on his robe like the lines of a wave. As he walked, there was a feeling of a surging tide. It was vivid and lifelike. You're not late, you're not late. You're just in time. Mingjie immediately smiled. There was a hint of flattery in his expression. Mingjie, why is there an additional person? Qianqiu frowned because Mingjie said that he had invited one participating disciple of Taihao Mountain, not two. This is my swordsman, Lin Mo, the young man in the blue robe said with a faint smile. His eyes were as cold as water. He looked at Qianqiu, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Swordsman Lin Mo's expression was cold, and his eyes were indifferent. His terrifying sword qi was restrained, as if a sharp sword was hidden in its scabbard. Once it was unsheathed, it would explode with shocking power. Qianqiu, young Master Long Chao, is of noble status. He has more than one swordsman with him. This time, he only brought one swordsman, which is already giving us face. Mingjie immediately said, as if he was scolding Qianqiu. Qianqiu's expression changed. He had not expected his good friend to say that. His lips moved and he wanted to say something, but Mingjie ignored Qianqiu. Instead, he looked at Long Chao and revealed a flattering smile. Since young Master Long Chao is here, let's go. Having said that, he led the way. Long Chao looked at Qianqiu with a faint smile, and then looked at Chen Zong. Then, he turned and left. His swordsman, Lin Mo, had a cold expression on his face. He did not seem to care about Chen Zong and Qianqiu at all. Let's go. Chen Zong did not care about any of this, and said directly to Qianqiu. The secret space. That was what Chen Zong was interested in. Of course, whether it was Qianqiu, Mingjie, Long Chao, or his swordsman, Lin Mo, they were all at the fourth realm. They had not reached the fifth realm. With Chen Zong's current strength, as long as they were not at the fifth realm, he was not afraid. Even if they were experts on the Divine Lord list, Chen Zong was not afraid. The five of them moved quickly. After leaving the Ninth Sword City, they boarded the space-crossing divine boat and quickly set off. On the space-crossing divine boat, Long Chao and his swordsman, Lin Mo, sat in a corner leisurely. As for Qianqiu and Mingjie, they sat on the other side and seemed to be discussing something. Qianqiu's expression was not good. As for Chen Zong, he sat alone in a corner. He seemed to be admiring the scenery outside the space-crossing divine boat, but in fact, he was constantly using the Heart Sutra to cultivate and comprehend. He did not waste any time. While cultivating, Chen Zong also noticed that Long Chao's gaze swept over from time to time, as if he was sizing him up. However, Long Chao did not do anything else, so Chen Zong ignored him. Chen Zong did not know where the secret space was located. Only Qianqiu and Mingjie knew. Well, he did not know if Mingjie had told Long Chao the location of the secret space. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, they did not encounter any danger. The space-crossing divine boat was also far away from the Ninth Sword City. Chen Zong realized that they were heading towards the Chaos Territory. Could the secret space be in the Chaos Territory? Thinking of this, Chen Zong suddenly felt that it was possible. After all, in the Chaos Territory, there were many places where space was weak or even fragile. Such places might not have been formed naturally. In that case, the possibility of the secret space being in the Chaos Territory was very high. In the end, the space-crossing divine boat stopped. Under the lead of Qianqiu and Mingjie, the group passed through many stones. It was like walking through a maze. After a few days, they finally stopped. The secret space is over there. Qianqiu pointed at a huge floating stone in front of them and said. Immediately after, Mingjie took the lead and moved forward. The instant his body came into contact with that piece of broken rock, that piece of broken rock seemed to be an illusory existence and was directly pierced through. In the blink of an eye, Mingjie's body disappeared as if he had been swallowed by the stone. Qianqiu's body also flashed. The moment he touched the stone, he disappeared into it. Needless to say, Sword Guard Lin Mo's figure flashed and disappeared into the rubble. Long Chao smiled faintly and took a step forward. Beneath his feet, there seemed to be a fine splash of water blooming. His figure also disappeared into the rubble. Chen Zong was the last to enter. The moment Chen Zong touched the huge stone and entered it, he felt the energy of the Tao of space. As expected, the stone contained the mysteries of the Tao of space. The moment they entered the gigantic gravel, what appeared in front of them was no longer a gravel. Instead, it was an empty great hall or cavern dwelling. It was just that there were some things scattered all around, and some of them were fine stone fragments. They looked similar to the stone fragments that Chen Zong had spent 100,000 Cosmos God crystals to purchase previously. Qianqiu probably brought the stone fragments out of this place to farm and see if he could meet someone who majored in the Tao of space. As for whether this method was good or not, it was not Chen Zong's concern. Because the one doing this was not him but someone else. Brother Chen, you majored in the Tao of space. Please take a look and see where you can break it, Qianqiu said. He and Mingjie had studied it very carefully and confirmed that there really was a secret space here. However, because they had not comprehended the Tao of space, their perception was very weak. It was difficult for them to find it, let alone break it. As for Long Chao, Qianqiu did not want him to come because he had not comprehended the Tao of space. Why would he come here? To get a share of the loot? But he did not know why his good friend Mingjie invited him, and even brought a sword guard with him. However, he could invite others, and so could Mingjie. There was no other way. Since he was here, he might as well come. After all, he was a participating disciple of Taihao Mountain. He would not offend him if he could. Hearing Qianqiu's words, Chen Zong nodded. The illusory image of the Tao of space appeared and the power of space spread out in an instant. The power of space condensed in his eyes and became clear as if he could see through everything. The space inside the gravel was not very big. Chen Zong carefully sensed, observed, and studied it. Time passed slowly. The other four did not disturb Chen Zong. They were not idling around. They were also studying and trying their luck. As for the distribution of the treasures after they found them, they had already agreed on the space-crossing divine boat. They would divide the treasures equally. They would divide them into 4 parts. Lin Mo, Long Chao's sword guard, was not included. Lin Mo did not have any reaction to this, but Long Chao smiled and agreed without hesitation. Time passed slowly. Chen Zong carefully sensed, observed, compared, and searched bit by bit. Finally, he locked onto one of the treasures. Attack! In an instant, Chen Zong pointed his finger. The finger's strength condensed the power of the Tao of space. It pierced through the sky like sword light and directly bombarded the area. This action immediately attracted the attention of the other 4. They all stared at where Chen Zong's finger was pointing. This finger carried the power of space and directly hit the pitch-black cave wall. With a cracking sound, it was as if the cave wall had been shattered, or as if some mechanism had been activated. The finger force was shattered, but at the place where the finger force hit, a light appeared, bloomed, and spread. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.